you want to get a copy of those?
I won't. I mean, I could record, just write. I think I'm gonna have 2 names written. I have 1 more.
Let me just give you a copy. I mean, which one you want a copy of? All of them? Or what? Miss,
all of them would be great, but let's see. This was for Shreveport Municipal Fire and Civil Service. So is John McKinney said Shreveport.
You don't have an extra copy of it. Or, you know what? Let me see. Go ahead. Go ahead. If I can, I will. They're not signed. See, can I pull those up, man?
I don't know.
She wanted to go ahead and do a permanent chief. She got to do an examination chief. I hope I'm responding.
Did you find that step we were talking about?
Which one was that?
Okay, all right.
I put that gavel over there on your thing, so use it. Get out of the water, get it.
No, that's very important right there.
Any employee was found committed. Is that what you're talking about? A nomination, or election, or election, you're talking about? I mean, first offense?
Yeah, it's very important. So I wonder.
That was 33. I was asking Ms. Whaley, did y'all get this book?
I don't think it look like that.
Why that look like this?
Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Yeah, same thing. 35. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Miss Pierre.
Today.
Yes, sir.
Change it to another day.
Yeah, me too.
Continuation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, can I find that 30?
Yes, me too.
3564.
I don't
He gonna be the problem. He gonna be questioning and going on and on.
We're talking about throw it in here to answer your question before we can continue. They even got any what you do with a tie vote. There's only 4 of y'all in here, what you do with a tie vote, so, you know.
You see, I can't cook, so
Candidate.
even my bread is in the freezer.
Okay, so salami.
I don't have it. I don't have that.
Piece of salami.
So, I had 5 peanut butter crackers I made myself, and about 6 or 7 grapes. Can't get Untitled today. And I need to get milk and pour all the water.
It's in here. I know it's in here because I've seen it before.
I can get in here. My eyes are burning. See if you can get me a napkin out of here to my eyes. I'm gonna walk out. Just tear it open. I got plenty more. But it's good. I walked out of the house, forgot my phone. The man's supposed to be coming to put the camera up today. So now we'll be there. Excuse me. Of course, I can't drive with I got left, right, front, and back cameras on my car. Jeez. And I'm coming through a bikeway. Let me be friend. Don't let nobody get that where I need to turn. And I can't see over the hood of my car. If you want to put it in and go. Blink it and go on. Oh. This court was I said that, didn't I? Sure. That I wanted to use those types of things in the I mean, did you have a snack?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I was just telling Mr. Moore, I don't cook normally, and if I do, it's frozen. Even my bread is frozen. So I ran home and spread some peanut butter on 5 crackers, ate that, and was drinking Coke because my tea needs to be replenished. I was going to get some today. You found someone to take your place?
Oh, no, I went in and checked her out.
Oh, and you picked her up early? Mm.
It was only an hour, so she only missed 1 class.
Yeah. Where she go to school at?
She's at Bastrop Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
She's out there.
I read it off earlier, bro.
Those people sitting back there.
Fire chief. Some environment.
Oh.
We got this hearing, serving bowl. All day.
Sir? Not really. I'm no cook, so my bread is frozen. I don't have any snack type stuff, so I had
It's like
5 smeared crackers with peanut butter. Yes, but you know, whenever I try to, you know, support the businesses, but dog, that don't mean waiting in your car in a line. As a matter of fact, I was thinking on the way back, I go, don't people work? I mean, there's so much traffic out there. But, you know, seemingly they were all off because of the traffic. Now, yeah.
Noah? I would like to bring the investigation back to, order, where we left off with a testimony from the witness of Captain Gerald Bowley, who has been examined, cross-examined, and then recrossed. And however, the board had questions for him as well, so he has been released. Now it's time for our second witness.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Let the record so show that Ms. Pamela Breelove has excused herself, and the city attorney, Mr. Pierre, has replaced her and continued to represent the chief. And I'd like for the board, the chair, if you would, to ask the chief, is he acceptable in terms of having Mr. Pierre to continue representing him for the record?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask, I know what the chairman said earlier, but I still have an objection to the city's attorney representing the accused because of his position. So, and I just have a problem with that. The accused is entitled to an attorney. So will the city be paying for his representation today, or will Mr. Givens be paying?
If I may,
I still have an objection to it personally.
if I may respond, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you may.
I think that, Ms. Whaley, with all due respect, I think that the chief has, is in him. It's in his court to determine whether or not he want to go forward with Mr. Pierre or whether or not he want to, whatever Ms. Breelove. But in terms of who paid for who, that's between the chief and whoever attorney he's having to represent. I don't think the board can get off into who's paying who. I think that's out of your purview in terms of doing something. I think your question is very valid, but it's up to the chief to determine who he's going to have represent him and who's he paying personally or who the city is paying. That's between he and the city.
Well, I'm just coming from the avenue that because the individual is being investigated for
Right.
something that happened before he became chief, then is this normal that the city attorney can come in just because the person that's been accused of doing something and represent him if he so requests? So that is, to me, it's a conflict of interest.
Right.
I mean, I completely understand what you are talking about, but at the same time, as a citizen and a resident of the city, I just think that it's inappropriate. But I'm not saying that we should cease. I'm just saying that I voice an objection to it.
Well, I think the chief has been put on an oath, and I think the board has a right to question him as to his representation, and is he satisfied or competent with the representation, however it may go. That's his call. But at least let's put it on the record before the board start questioning any other witnesses at this point.
Let the record reflect that Chief Carl Gibbons is being asked a question whether or not he's okay with the counsel of Pierre to continue the representation for him throughout this investigation.
I am.
I move to let the records, I move for a request for the records to reflect that Chief Carl Gibbons is okay with the counsel of Pierre.
So noted. Mr. Chairman, it's up to the board as to still your case in chief. We've already heard from Captain Gerald Bowley, who, the pleasure of the board, who would you like to hear from now? You have three other witnesses, Divisional Chief Carl Givens, you have Honorable Betty Ollie, the mayor, you have Miss Starlina Kennedy Finister, and you have oh, okay. I just got a note that Miss Finister has a, be at work at 3 o'clock or something like, what do you say? This afternoon. So,
We can go ahead and bring her then.
yeah, is that the call of the board?
We'll go ahead and bring Ms. Starlina.
Would you ask Mr. Finister to come, sir, please? Ms. Finister, would you mind taking a seat over there by Mr. Scott, please?
Ms. Starlina, if you will, state your name, address, and occupation for the record.
Starlina Kennedy Finister, 713 South Cox Street, Bastrop, Louisiana, 71220, and I work for Morehouse Parish School System as a bookkeeper.
Okay. Ms. Starlina, you've been summoned by the board today in reference to an investigation, and we understand, maybe you can enlighten us, what capacity do you serve, or did you serve in the campaign of Ms. Betty Olive?
Technology,
Technology?
yes.
And what does that entail?
Facebook, social media, that's it.
And when did the campaign start? When was you hired on to do such? Or when did you volunteer to do such?
When she qualified in January.
In January? Okay. So you were responsible for all contents and everything that was posted to Facebook?
Yes,
Was there any other social media group that you was a part of?
no,
Okay. Counselor had received information that was part of evidence. It was some photo contents that was taken from the Facebook page of Miss Betty Olive's campaign. And we would like to have you the luxury to review these posts as well, so you could be more, I guess, kind of like authenticate the contents.
Minister, I'm not sure if I may. That has already been admitted in the evidence, so if you can identify or recognize any of these documents that you firsthand had involved with. I'm looking at these, I'm giving you B to A.
not mine.
You saying that B to A is not yours?
That's my work. This is not my work. This
Before you-
is not my work.
Wait, you going a little fast. You had to get it on the record, and we got to make sure you saying mine.
Counsel, if I could, so that we can be clear on the record, if you do them by number, then I can make
Oh,
certain.
you already have copies of all
No,
of
no,
them.
no, I do, I'm just saying, when she's saying, she's
That's what I'm
testifying
going
to, okay.
We're looking at Board 2,
Two,
Board 2, B.
B, yes, sir.
Identifying this is something that you did,
That is my work.
and would you identify who's in the picture, please?
Miss Betty Olive and Mark Moore.
That's your work? You gave me something back.
Which one we talking about?
That is not, none of that is mine.
Okay, so B2A, she's saying it's not hers. B2C, she's saying it's not hers.
D is not mine, E is not
Wait, you're
mine,
going too fast.
and F. Well, I have to go, I have to really get out of here, because school is getting out, and I have to get my
You're in order
child.
to be here.
I have to
And
get
your
my
job will have to
child.
Excuse you.
My child is getting out of school, and no one else is to get him, so I really need to hurry it up, please. Thank you.
Would you look at these two, please?
Which one of those counts? That's 4? Is that number 4?
That's just 4, yes, 4A, 4B.
I didn't do this one.
Which one you didn't do?
A, B, I did not do.
Was there anyone else who was doing her technology?
She could have had someone else doing it
Do
at
you
the
know of
time.
anyone
No,
else? Did you do a program?
no,
So do you have any work that you have done for her with you?
no.
Now, while you're taking care of her Facebook page, contents of,
Well, let me clear that up. I did not take care of her personal. Whatever she did on her personal, that was her.
okay,
It's only another campaign, her campaign page I took care of.
okay. Now, the contents that he showed you that you said that you had, wasn't your work, do you recall seeing them on her Facebook page?
Not at the moment, I don't. Because,
And-
let me
and-
tell you
and
this,
we would
I
like-
might not
we-
see stuff for
we
2
would
or 3
like-
months
and We
later.
would like to remind that you are under oath and that you could be subject to perjury.
Like I say, I don't see a lot of stuff to sometimes 2 or 3 months later. I'm not always on Facebook. Some other people do have my login to Facebook, so they can like things and I don't know about it. So you cannot criminalize me for something I know I haven't done.
So now there was one content you said that was your work, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of that one?
You mind pulling that out again, the one that you said was your work? please?
August 16th.
August 16th. Can you read it in its entirety?
Is this your work?
Yes.
Which number is that, Council?
That's, Board 2B.
2B?
Yes, sir.
It just says early voting ends April the 17th, election day April 24th.
It says more than that, ma'am.
I mean, of course it's gonna
The
say,
question asks you to read what's in there. Just read it, please. Ma'am, you are on the oath. You have an order to be here today. You can't go to jail if you leave this courtroom leave this room without.
I'm trying to hurry this along,
I'm
sir.
asking you the chairman asked you to read. Read what you
It
see.
says vote for her. Betty Olive, number 40. Please share, share, share. What else? Is nothing.
It does say something else. What does it say down at the bottom?
I mean,
Read
of
it.
course, Facebook gonna say the like, comment, and share. What else for me to? I didn't post that. That's automatically posted.
What does it say here, ma'am?
Okay, that's what likes and love,
Is
share.
It has a name there. Read it, please.
Okay, Carl Givens. What?
What else it say, ma'am?
And 22 others. Okay, so what? I'm just trying to understand what's the point of me
I'm
reading
asking
all
you-
this
It's not
here.
your point. It's for this board point. You've been argumentative, ma'am.
What? 3 comments, 57, 54 shares. What else?
Is there anything else on there to say?
No. Please get me out of here.
How many gatherings during the campaign that you were part of that Ms. Olive had?
I really don't remember.
Can you try to give us an estimate?
Maybe 3.
3? Can you kind of tell me what those 3 that you recall were?
We really talked about what we was gonna post to the campaign page. That was it.
Ma'am?
We just talked about what we was gonna post to the campaign page.
Okay. Any other meetings?
I didn't make those other meetings.
Were you part of were you part of were you a part of a victory campaign party?
Not no campaign party.
A
I
victory-
mean, no more than the viewing we had that everyone could attend. Any of the city citizens.
Okay. So, I guess the date in question would be August the 24th. Were you part of the function they had August 24th? That was the runoff election date?
August 24th? No.
No, ma'am. April 24th.
At this visitor center? Yes.
You were there. And what time did the function start?
That I do not remember.
What time did you make it there?
That I do not remember.
Can you give me an estimate?
No, because I had funerals that day, so I do not know an estimated time.
Was it before midnight?
Yes, I can tell you that.
Was it before the count come out?
I don't believe so.
So you don't know whether or not
I know it wasn't before the count came out, and I know it wasn't before, it was before midnight. The exact time, I promise you, I do not remember.
do you recall Second Chance catering that event?
No,
Who catered the event?
that was not in my forte, that was not in, so I do not know.
Was Second Chance present at the event?
I don't recall.
So you don't know who catered the event, and
That was not part of my job description of what to do for her.
What did y'all have to, what did she have there for, I guess for, food, beverages? What was there?
I remember water and tea, but as far as the exact food, I don't remember. Half the time, I don't remember what I eat the day before sometimes. Depends on what I'm doing.
I have a question. Let me understand. You were in charge of the campaign's Facebook page.
That's it, yes.
But apparently you were not the only one because you said that other people had your login information for that campaign. So others within the,
If you understand how Facebook works, once you create a page, your page is attached to your personal page. So people do get on my personal page. Did they go into my campaign page? I very seriously doubt it. But like I say, most of those things I've done on that page is not my, only ones I can identify is my work, is my work.
so then the campaign Facebook page is attached to your Facebook?
My personal, yes,
Oh, so it's an extension of that?
yes.
Now, I don't know much about Facebook. I don't do it myself, although I do have a piece of a one, but I'm only friends with the Humane Society, so, and I never go to it. But, because I get notified when they post something. But my understanding is that if someone is friends with you, then they have access to everything. Either they're friends with you or with someone that is friends with you, then these other people can post things on your page, Facebook.
No. Your understanding is a little off. Understanding is, just like if I'm friends with you, if I come in on something you see, he could see it. Sometimes, not all the time. Depends on your privacy settings. Only how somebody else could see something if I post it. Just like if I'm friends with you and I'm not friends with him, I can't see what you post to his page.
Well, how is it that someone else is able to access the campaign website if they can't do it by being friends with you?
Anyone could like the page. It's open to anyone. But you can't see what I post.
But someone else can post something to the page? I fail to understand the directions of this.
Okay. Just say if I post something on the campaign page now, and you liked it, the page, you can see it. That don't mean he can see it, because he's not like the page. So, but if you share that content from that page, and he's your friend, he can see it from there. Then he can go on the page and like it.
So someone had to have joined the campaign Facebook page in order to post things there.
It's not open for everyone to post.
Oh.
It's closed from everyone else posting besides me. Like I said, I have control of the privacy settings. Everyone cannot post to the page.
So then only whatever you said of these papers came, say 1, 2 or 3 sounded like, actually came from the campaign page, something that you did, but these others came from somewhere else. Is that the bottom line?
Yes.
I see. I think. All right, well, okay. All right,
Councilors, you have something else, or fellow board members? I'm through with the witness.
I think we attended to Mr. Pierre. I have none.
Ms. Fenister, I know you have to get to your kids. I'll be very brief. Can you determine by looking at a Facebook page at what point in time a person may have liked an image or a picture?
No.
Okay. So you can't attest with respect to anything. If I show you some pictures, if there's a like on that page by Carl Givens, you can't tell this board when that like was issued.
No,
Okay. And you indicated that you controlled the privacy settings?
yes,
Okay. So can you articulate to this court that Chief Givens ever asked you to share with him your ability to control any content on the mayor's content page, on her Facebook page?
no, because I wouldn't do that.
Okay. So he never asked you to?
No.
For access? Okay,
I don't trust my technology with anyone.
fair enough. That's all
I
I
have
have.
another question for the witness. I can find what I'm looking for.
Mr. Chair, can we know which image you're referencing, sir?
What I have here is a Facebook insert right here.
Not for someone, I just want to know what number it is in the exhibit. That's all.
I don't know which one it would be associated with this one.
Let me see it. D? All right, I'm with you, I'm with you.
Hi, if you will, tell me the date of this one. There are some things on it that's kind of, you know, it has 80 likes, but tell me the date of that one.
April the 2nd, it looked like. Yes, April the 2nd.
So,
I'm sorry, what did she say?
she said April the 2nd.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell me in what order would that information fall in if someone was the first or the last person to post it?
That I don't know how Facebook calculates that.
So how can you be so sure that anybody can like it? I mean,
This is nothing that came from the campaign page. So therefore,
that's campaign information right there.
but that did not, like I said, that did not come from the campaign page.
Is that her picture right there?
That he is.
That means that's the page you come off of.
I'm telling you that it's not.
I have a question. These things at the bottom, other than the likes and so forth, or share, that writing down there, where does that come
Okay,
from?
what is this right here? That 80 right here? This is a page that's attached to that page. And that's part of the 80 likes that they have.
That's not what that's.
And my question was to her, at what point did those names like it? Is it any certain order it takes place?
I have no idea, I don't work it, but from looking at it, these are people that appears to be
Does it
members.
appear to be alphabetical order?
No, it's not in alphabetical order. I think these are
Does
just,
it appear to be that someone who has, is it in mutual friends content?
I think that that's probably what it is. I never,
What I'm saying is, if this person had 203 mutual friends, this one has 113, you would think it'd be descendant, but right here is 266, so that's not the order it's going in, huh?
no, see, my understanding is that,
Point of order, if I may. Ms. Whaley is not a witness.
No, she's trying to get understanding.
But I think the young lady, since she says she's in technology, she can't explain it. She wasn't able to explain it?
Well, I mean,
Let
I'm
me,
pretty savvy
let me clear
with
it up.
technology, it's just that I don't do Facebook.
I understand.
But I have seen, I mean, I see some people that call me and say, go to my Facebook page.
That's what you provided.
So basically, what I am saying is that, what I understand about Facebook, that to me means that, whoever printed that out, these are mutual friends of that person, and that these, and those figures underneath there means that that's how many friends that they have on their Facebook page. So-
you're not sure whether or not it's, the order that they appear, which is the order that they're like?
If I may.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
If I may interject, is that part of an exhibit that's in,
No,
that
that was
exhibit's not in
introduced, Mr.
evidence?
Chairman, but you can get it introduced. I mean, we were discussing
The
this.
first page were, but
Yeah,
this
but that page
wasn't.
was not, yeah. You're right.
And what was this page called?
For
That was,
D.
4,
2D, I think.
2D.
Okay, and what would be the next,
It would be 5, because we have 4. It would be 5.
okay, we're gonna call this 5 right here.
Can I see? You have a copy?
Get that one here. This is gonna be board 5. I think it's in that.
It's not in there, it's not in evidence, no, sir.
Board.
And what you're saying is you're not familiar why and how it falls in order, right?
No,
Yeah,
I took an image of it. Oh, you want, have a copy?
that would
from
be
me?
something you have to contact Facebook about. I don't know their algorithm or how they do
He
that.
has, he has.
Have you have Facebook?
Yes, I do.
You have posts?
Yes, I do. But I don't look and see how it's like.
Thank you, sir.
You might take a look at it, see how it's posted.
I mean, I could look all day long, but like I say, it's not gonna give you an order how it's liked.
Find something on Facebook that you like, and we'll see where it falls in at.
I'm gonna lodge an objection at this time with respect to relevance. We're here today to determine whether or not, Chief Givens did anything that was inappropriate. What's on her Facebook page and what audit's in there is not relevant before the court. That's my objection.
I would have to say different, because what we're looking at of a list of likes that has Carl Gibbons' name on it, that was posted April the 2nd, and as a matter of fact, it's the first one, so we're trying to find out in what order does it appear on it when you like something.
And Counselor, maybe you have to help me navigate through this. Don't do that. Help me navigate through this. He is the chair. He's asking questions. Is he ruling on my objection?
Yes,
Okay, so you saying that you overruling my objection and you're gonna continue with the question?
that's what he's doing.
Well, no, I just need him to make that record clear.
I think it's very important what I'm talking about, because
I-
their rebuttal was,
And we're gonna get there. I'm just asking you, are you overruling me? So I just wanna make my objection for the record, that's all.
Yes, he is. Yes.
What,
As counsel for the board, yes, he is overruled.
you need to represent that, sir. Are you overruling my objection on relevance?
yes, I'm overruled.
All right, note my objection for the record.
Okay. Now, and you have, what you're saying is you don't know the order of sequence that a like takes place.
No.
Okay. All right, fair enough, but which order is, can you list the order of the names on this page right here? From the top to the bottom?
Says Carl Given, Darrell Whaley, Ebony Goldsby, Wanda Reeves, my name, Starlinda Kendifin, Georgia Bailey, Vanessa Faye Watkins Scott, Skates, Lenora Hicks, Chelsea Allen, Ella Sutton, Ralph Washington, Alan Scroggin, Gardner Casey says.
Okay. I'm going to let this be, DD5.
Let me note my objection that that document is in fact hearsay, for the record.
Hearsay, I fail to see how that could be hearsay when the person is sitting there saying that they are not positive.
Hearsay, ma'am, well, I've
Thank
noted
you.
my-
Objection is noted for the record, counsel.
Well, I have, I mean, I don't know if Ms. Whaley was asking me a question or asking you, because I can explain what hearsay is, but
Oh, well, sir, I assure you, I know what hearsay mean.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't
Yes, ma'am.
deal in hearsay,
yes, ma'am.
so I don't need to be reminded.
The board is through with, the witness. She, has an appointment.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, you finished with yours.
I mean,
Yes or no? She's here.
well, no, I'm not gonna make her miss her deal. She's, I don't have
So
any
you
questions.
waving her to go. Okay.
I mean, I don't have any questions for
All
her.
right.
I just brought that for her.
You have two more witnesses, Mr. Chairman. You have Honorable Betty Olive, Mayor. You have Mr. Sergeant John McKinney.
We can bring in Miss Sergeant McKinney. To be frank, at this point, there may not be any significance.
She'll call. Bring him in.
We'll go ahead and bring him in.
Ma'am, what is 4AC? C, the letter C. I have A and B. Is there a C? Yes. What is it? A, I have A, B.
There is a scene.
Yeah. That's, well, let's just make the record clear. Oh, counsel, submitted in your exhibits under 4A and Globo, Exhibit C is also Exhibit 5. So do you want to address it as 5, or you want to continue addressing it as 4C?
So we double submitted something?
Oh, yeah, but we didn't get it in. We didn't get it in.
So you had it for identification purposes only?
I had to identify. I want to
What?
withdraw for identification.
Well, no, you can leave it for identification purposes because it's already admitted as 5. So I just want to know how I'm going to refer to it in the future, that's all. 5 it is. Yes, sir.
It was only minute.
I got you. I'm good.
Yes, sir.
This is what I did April 24th for the celebration. This is the event I had. I did not do hers. I'm sorry if that was me.
Sergeant McKinney?
Yes, sir.
If you will, state your full name, rank, and how many years you've been with the department, and address.
Sergeant John McKinney, been with Bastrop Police Department 3.5 years. Address is 11624 Shelton Road, Bastrop, Louisiana.
Well, you can go ahead and grab your mic closer to you. Do you have any firsthand information in reference to Carl Gibbons being promised the position of chief of police?
I'm going to object to relevance that is not within the purview of the four corners of the statute and/or the state examiner's do's and don'ts. And specifically what this board said they were addressing was I and G. But that my objection be noted for the record. I'm certain you can ask them to answer.
So noted. Mr. Chairman, if you would.
We're gonna object, we're gonna overrule your objection.
Yes, sir. Note my objection for the record.
Excuse me, I need a refresher on, what did you say, item IG or something along those lines?
Yes, ma'am.
A refresh.
Earlier, before the hearing started, when you all said you hadn't determined whether or not you were going to go forward with the hearing, I asked specifically under what subsection of the statute you all suggested a violation occurred, and the chair read off from the do's and don'ts that's on the state examiner's website, referencing those were the areas in which you all were going to be examining.
Oh, the political portion of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Well, it does have some importance to what you're talking about. You would find it at the end of that statute.
I mean, it's your witness. I'm just making my objection for the record.
Yes, sir. Do you have any firsthand information of Carl Gibbons being promised the position of chief of police?
No, sir.
Have you witnessed a conversation, Carl Gibbons being part of, as far as indicating that he would be chief?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board what that conversation consists of?
Well, he was just telling me that he was going to be the chief, and what role he wanted me to play in it, as far as in a particular department he wanted me to be in, which was the defensive tactics.
Okay. Who was the mayor at that time?
Here in Cotton.
And who was the chief?
I think it was Anthony, but he had just quit, so we didn't have a chief at that time.
And was there a political campaign going on?
Not that I'm aware of.
Would you say the election had before it started or had already finished?
Well, I was told that the next day that they was going to have a meeting on who was going to be the chief at that time. So I later learned the next day was Captain Reed was the interim chief.
Captain who?
Captain Reed, he was, I think, provisional chief or interim chief for a short time.
So you're saying that Captain Gibbons said this to you?
Well, he was telling me that he wanted me to be the defensive tactics. Before
he was
yes, and
chief?
yes, sir.
So wait a minute. So you're saying he already knew he was going to be chief before he was chief?
I don't know that.
He was going to be.
So did you take that with a grain of salt, or you took that as something of importance to know?
Well, it came to the point where at first he was suggesting that I should be, or thinking about being for the defensive tactics. But then he started saying that since I'm going to be chief, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you that this is what I want you to be. And it was like us, we was working night shift that day.
So at that point, it was a matter of fact.
Yes.
Do you know any other incident where any suggestion of targeting took place in a conversation?
No, sir.
I want to get this right. 'Cause so I don't want to misunderstand this. Are you saying that you were promised something?
No, I wasn't promised anything. He was suggesting that I'll be the best person for her to be in defensive tactics.
Also, basically, what he was saying is that when I become chief, I would want you as the head of the defense tactics, did you say?
Yes, ma'am. He was saying that he think I'd be the best suited for that, and I was kind of not really.
Wondering how he thought this, since.
No, I really didn't want to do it. And then when it got down to that day that I guess they was gonna have the next day they was gonna have a meeting on who they was gonna have be the chief. He's saying that when that happens, then I'm not asking. I'm telling you that's what you're gonna be doing.
So not saying that he wasn't saying he's gonna, if he's chief, is what he wants you to do.
Yeah.
If he's chief.
Yeah, when it came down to it, at first he was saying that's what he wanted me to do. That I think you'd be best at defensive tactics. But then when that day came, I guess, I don't know if there was a Wednesday night or whatever, the next day they was having a meeting. And he said that, I'm just letting you know now, when I become chief, I'm not gonna be asking you to be defensive tactics. You're gonna be over there.
That June meeting, right before she took the first meeting.
What was his position at that particular time?
Oh, he was my captain.
Oh, I see. So he's like ship captain or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Right here.
Counselor, are we through with the examination?
I have no questions. I think Mr. Pierre is his turn.
I have some. Is it Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant McKinney, you know me. No introduction needed. Few questions for you, sir. You indicated, I think the question was posed to you by the chair, that you had firsthand, did you have any first information on any promises that have been made to Chief Givens to become chief of police, and you say you did not?
No.
Okay. Now, you testified also that Chief Givens and you had a conversation regarding perhaps a position that he wanted you to fulfill if and when he became chief?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated also that there was, prior to Mayor Olive being sworn in?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that if she had not been sworn in, she had not made an appointment?
No, sir.
Okay. And Mayor Cotton was the mayor then, was he not?
Yes, sir.
Did you come to that meeting on Thursday night, that last meeting for Mayor Cotton?
No, sir.
Were you aware that Chief Givens and Chief Evans were brought into that meeting for purposes of appointing Chief Givens by Mayor Cotton? Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Would that seem?
What meeting is the counselor talking about?
Ma'am, I was addressing the last meeting that Mayor Henry Cotton had before he left office.
So
It was
this
June,
meeting
what
was
day?
with the
council.
now mayor and,
No, I'm sorry, no ma'am, it was the city council meeting in June.
oh, it was at a city council meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
The last one before that, and Givens as well as Evans were invited to that meeting.
Yes, ma'am,
By whom?
by Mayor Cotton.
And at that particular time, was the now mayor at that meeting?
I don't want to say that she was, I don't think so. I don't think so, but she can answer that question when she comes.
Right.
I don't want to say.
But there was a transition basically going on when you had this last meeting, because he knew that he was not going to be the mayor any longer after a certain point.
That's a fair statement, yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. So you were not aware that Mayor Cotton had called in then Chief Evans as well as Chief Givens into the meeting for the purpose of an appointment?
No, sir.
Also, likewise, you were not, is it fair to say that you were not aware that the city council who sat at that meeting advised Mayor Cotton that they didn't want to accept his appointment, but that to allow that appointment to go forward with the next administration? You're not aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay.
So are you saying, rather implying that at that particular meeting, the city council was to make a choice between Chief Evans as well as, and Mr. Evans? Or what would be the purpose of them, him posing, did he make a recommendation? Or he was saying the city council could, if they so desired, choose either Chief Givens or Chief Evans?
He wasn't doing that at all, ma'am. And
What was the purpose of this?
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you what my thoughts were, because I can't get into the
Right.
mind. But it's all memorialized on the page on YouTube, I'm sorry. On the YouTube page, it's all memorialized, the entirety
What
of the
YouTube
meeting
page?
as well as.
I'm not familiar with a YouTube page.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I said,
You want me to
what
pull it up?
YouTube page? I'm not familiar with, the city has a YouTube page?
I'm sorry, ma'am, all of the city council meetings are posted onto YouTube. Every meeting that was held by the city council, it's on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, I never knew that. That's
You want me to pull up that meeting
enlightening.
reference, please?
Well,
I can pull it up
not
on the-
necessarily. If you could tell me that particular date, I will go in when I get more time.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, some time, and I might take a look at it.
It's normally the second.
If nothing else, just to see it.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would look on the Bastrop City Council? How do you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Find
gonna see if I can pull it up while I'm trying to tell you the date.
Oh, yummy.
All right.
No. You probably gonna need Mr. Ernest, Mr. Pierre.
Yeah. I'm gonna get him to come, I'm gonna get the tech support to come and pull it up for you while I get you the date.
Okay, but in the meantime, if you would just tell me where, what area, how do we find it?
You would type up, Bastrop, Louisiana City Council meeting, and if you put, and it's gonna give you all of them, and you
Yeah.
just choose the date.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Right,
I'm gonna tell you the date, 1 second. Let me get my calendar. For the month of June, ma'am, there were a June 10th and a June 18th meeting, as well as a June 30th meeting.
okay.
Now, which one it was, I don't want to just tell you that. I'll let tech support pull it up for you.
Uh-huh. And so, in your opinion, what was the purpose of the invitations to these two people? And speaking with the city council in regards to selection of one of them? I don't get that.
It wasn't a selection of one of them. A brief history, ma'am, with respect to that is that Chief Alan Campbell was the,
I'm familiar with him.
yes, ma'am. He was the chief of police. Alan Campbell retired.
Right.
I want to say a couple of months before the end of Mayor Cotton's administration. At that point in time, Mayor Cotton appointed Chief Anthony Evans in an interim position.
Right.
But only appointed him for a certain period of time. So he came back at least for a couple of council meetings for the purposes of extending his appointment. At the last meeting that the mayor was at, that Chief Evans as well as Chief Givens came forward, that was a request from the mayor to make an appointment permanent. And the council would sit right where you are, where they said, well, can it wait 11 days or something like that, is what they said. Can
But
it
my
wait-
question is the city council was to select, well, I'm assuming that the person that was placed, what they call provisional chief, to make that put the person in that position probational chief. Is that what we are going here? I don't understand why Mr. Givens, Chief Givens would be there.
Without putting a tag on it, ma'am, the purpose, and I'm saying the tag as in the label as to what stage they were in the process at that meeting. Because I would be telling the mistruth if I told you that.
Right.
But when Chief Evans came before the council, at some point in time, the thought was to make him the permanent chief.
Right.
Okay? And whatever stage they were in. Well, at the meeting that I'm questioning Sergeant McKinney on right now, I'm just asking, was he aware that there had been some discussion before Chief, well, I hadn't gotten to that, but that's where I was going with it, some discussion with Chief Givens and Chief Evans, because there were some thoughts that Chief Evans was going to not remain as he was interim chief otherwise, which was evident.
And that is your,
that's ultimately what happened. That's
your
why-
thought process as far as him not remaining.
Yes, ma'am, and that's why we're here today, because he stayed, I think, 10 days or 9 days or 11 days or something like that. Then he resigned, even after he got the appointment, and that's where we're here today with this most recent appointment. If I may, that's all the question I have for me.
I was just
Yes,
curious
ma'am.
about that.
It's not a problem, ma'am. Okay, 1 second, please. Okay. All right, so you're not privy to any, is it fair to say that you're not privy to any conversations that may have taken place between Mayor Cotton, the then chief, who's one of your chiefs, Anthony Evans, and our current chief, Carl Givens?
No, sir.
Okay. So if Carl Givens was making a representation to you, you don't know what his basis for making a representation, because you're not aware of any communications he may have had with the previous administration?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say, sir, that you're not aware of any attempt by Chief Givens to politically endorse, or any political endorsement Chief Givens may have given for Mayor Betty Olive?
No, sir.
Are you aware, sir, of any promises, directly or indirectly, made by Mayor Olive to Chief Givens with respect to his current position?
No, sir.
Are you aware, sir, of any communication directly or indirectly, or not communication, I'm sorry, that whether or not Chief Givens has made any campaign contributions to the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any subscriptions, any manner in which Chief Givens may have taken, may have been involved in any political organizations on behalf of the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware, sir, that whether or not Chief Givens has served on any national, state, or regional board or political committee that would have benefited the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him serving at any point in time as a poll watcher or poll commissioner?
No, sir.
Are you aware of Chief Givens? And when I say he, I was referencing Chief Givens.
Okay.
So you're not aware of that?
No, sir.
All right. Are you aware of whether or not Chief Givens have done anything specifically with respect to engaging in any type of debate publicly on behalf of the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him engaging in any type of debate privately on behalf of the mayor?
No, sir.
Have you heard? Are you aware of him either engaging in any debate in opposition to anybody who was running against the mayor, specifically in this case, Clarence Hawkins?
No, sir.
Are you aware of Chief Givens being either an officer or a member of any fractional group or any political club or organization anywhere involved with the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him, Chief Givens, making any political speech or any political statements on behalf of the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Chief Givens had the occasion to solicit any contributions to Mayor Olive's campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him making any, soliciting any contributions for even the political party, if she was a Democrat or Republican?
No, sir.
Are you aware of Chief Givens making or taking part in any management of any affairs of Mayor Olive's campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware of Chief Givens attending any fundraising activity on behalf of the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him soliciting any person to vote positive to vote for the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him making any public announcements or making anything in writing that would have supported or suggested that someone support the candidacy of Mayor Betty Olive?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him preparing or distributing any campaign memorabilia on behalf of Betty Olive?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him contributing to, and what we call in-kind, like not necessarily, well, are you aware of him spending any time or getting paid for anything involving the campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him donating services on behalf of Mayor Olive's campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him displaying a bumper sticker that would have suggested that someone should vote for Mayor Betty Olive?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him wearing any T-shirts or any type of memorabilia suggesting that someone support Betty Olive as mayor?
No, sir.
Do you know where Chief Givens lives?
Yes, sir.
Have you been at or near his house?
Yes, sir.
Had you been at or near his house during the time of the candidacy of Mayor Betty Olive?
No, sir.
You have not?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you, at any point in time, before or after the candidacy, have you noticed anything in his yard that would have suggested that he was supporting or suggesting someone be in favor of the candidacy of Betty Olive?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him loaning any money to the candidacy of Betty Olive?
No, sir.
Are you aware of Chief Evans attending any caucus or convention? That's when people get together and kind of decide a path for a particular political party. Are you aware of Chief Givens, Chief Givens participating in any convention or caucus on behalf of the mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of him, well, you answered that one. Are you aware of him having any social media activity, including Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, or otherwise on behalf of the mayor?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for Sergeant McKinney.
Sir, do you have a Facebook?
Say again, ma'am?
Are you active on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a Facebook page?
Yes, ma'am.
You have friends?
Yes, ma'am.
So while answering the questions for Attorney Pierre, I'm assuming that you were going by, of course, firsthand knowledge as you were answering those questions,
Yes, ma'am.
not something that you may have heard.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
But it doesn't, but it doesn't mean that you have not heard. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Yeah. I think I need to clear the record up because those are two different answers.
Yes, they were.
Okay. May I attempt to make certain that we understand, we know what the correct response is to that
Oh,
question?
I got it. I assure you.
You may.
Okay. You were just posed a question by Ms. Whaley, I don't want to call your name wrong, Ms. Whaley, that whether or not you are aware, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, of something that Chief Evans may have done. We talking about Facebook, ma'am?
You call, Givens, you mean?
Yes, did I say something wrong? Get with,
What I meant, and I may have said it a little bit
I'm sorry.
wrong.
I think you're getting ready to go outside the perimeters of this investigation.
no, I was only gonna address the last question that she asked.
No, I was saying, in other words, he was answering your questions based on firsthand knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
But that does not mean that he may have heard, which you would call hearsay, something different than firsthand knowledge.
Okay. What,
That's all I was getting at. And did you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that he did. I mean, after all, some of the information you were giving
that's
me.
That's two different answers. I'm not asking.
Right, I got it. But like when you were talking about the YouTube business, the business about Chief Evans being placed in as first provisional, then probational, and then he lasted a certain period of time. And that last little bit that you were talking about, I had heard that myself. But of course, that's why I was asking you about, because I wasn't familiar with, nor had I heard anything about that the city council meetings were on Facebook. So I'm familiar somewhat with Facebook because I do follow certain groups on, in my mind, Charles Stanley, pastor, used to be the First Baptist Church pastor in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a huge fan of his. So I am familiar with somewhat how Facebook works. It doesn't mean that I engage in it. I mean, make comments and stuff like this, but I do watch certain Facebook
Yes, ma'am.
videos.
But so that we can be clear, I said the council meeting was on YouTube.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just saying.
Yes, ma'am.
I get it. I mean, I understand more about about YouTube. I'm sorry if I was saying Facebook, about YouTube than I do about Facebook.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel?
I mean, it's two different answers, so I mean,
Okay.
I can't control what
I
you.
realize that. I purposely asked that question that way.
Yes, ma'am, I was just telling the chair, I don't need to ask him any more
I want to
questions.
make sure that the answers that he gave to your questions were from a standpoint of
Firsthand.
firsthand information.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
that does not mean that he had not heard about something else, if you see what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify that, that's all.
If no more questions for the witness,
I really want to explain that one.
I'd like to motion that, for someone that moved for him to be dismissed.
Mr. Chairman, you can make that on your own. You don't have to have a motion.
Okay. Witness, you're free to to leave. We appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, you're down to...
Oh, I have a question, is it too late?
No, ma'am.
Uh,
For you.
I forgot your name, sir. What is it? Sergeant McKinney. What is your position now?
Sergeant?
Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
No, position as far as your job.
Patrol officer.
What is the job that you do for the police department? Are you now
Patrol officer.
patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
We have one more witness?
Two.
Two more.
You have the mayor and you have the chief.
Okay. Let's bring out the mayor.
It's Ollie, right? Ollie,
Alex, as the, I don't know what it is, but not food, yeah.
Biggest restroom.
Restroom. He needs to go restroom. Can we take three?
I can
I'm good.
No, go, don't, go ahead. I can, you don't mind me going without you?
No, no, I don't.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, I'm sorry, would you go over there by Mr. Scott, please, and sit? Thank you.
Has she been sworn?
I'm swearing everybody else in, just because of my basis.
Right. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm gonna make your records.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a note here that the chief has left the room, and if I may, I'd like to ask Mr. Pierre, is that okay to waive his presence and continue with the hearing?
It is okay. I asked him before he left. He said we can go forward. He's just running to the restroom. He'll be right back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ollie. Good evening. If you will, just state your full name, address, and what's your title that you have?
Betty Alfred Ollie, 1402 Bowman Street, Bastrop, Louisiana, mayor for the city of Bastrop.
Ms. Olive, you've been summoned here for this investigation in reference to Carl Gibbons having allegations of political activities during your campaign. And it was brought to the board's attention that he was actually providing catering service for you. Now, before we go further, now, Carl Gibbons, he do have what we would call a legitimate business, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And his legitimate business, he does catering.
yes.
And
Excuse me, does he have a license to conduct this business?
I'm gonna suggest that would be speculation, but Mr. Gibbons is
Okay,
gonna
well,
take,
we-
he's gonna take the
I'll
stand.
ask
He
the
can answer all
question
those
of him
questions
then.
about licensing and
Okay,
things of that
thank
nature.
you.
She may have to, she's gonna have to guess. I mean, I just object on speculation, but Chief Gibbons can answer that question.
okay, we'll reserve that question for him.
Okay.
And like I said, he has a legitimate business from our understanding. And we also understand that he provided catering service for your campaign. And the law will permit him to do such.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have to rise and object. I'm assuming that you're trying to lay a foundation for the mayor to testify, but I would just ask that if you're gonna lay that foundation, lay it based upon the factual allegations that were put on the record today, because that last representation was not a part of the record.
I beg to differ. That was actually part of the law that you all was continually to, but that was just the don'ts, but the do parts.
Maybe just approach her 1 second.
But the do parts will allow
I
those.
think I'm trying to telegraph to her. Maybe just approach a second.
What is he protesting?
It'll probably be easier if you all excuse her, and then we can just be candid. Because I just want to make sure that what I'm going to say on the record, I don't want to suggest an answer to her.
Okay.
All right, so may she just be excused so we can, we'll still approach, and talk about it, but I just don't want to be suggesting, I'm about to suggest an answer to her. Because remember the previous representation regarding sequestration, I just want to make sure that we're clear. Only thing I'm asking is that if you ask the mayor to step in the sequestration room, I'll approach with your attorney and I'll tell you what I'm suggesting so that we can be clear, that's all.
Will you please go back into the rules so that what he's about to suggest won't taint any opinion or?
Yes, sir. It don't take a minute.
What I was talking about is section C. That's allowed, that's what we was talking about.
What I was addressing, Mr. Chair and members of the board, was that when you were laying the foundation for, I'm assuming that you're gonna start examining her on, there was a representation made that he catered for something for her campaign. That is not in the record. You said it's already.
Well,
been
hold up. If it's not in the records, she's still a witness.
I know, but you,
But
What does he mean?
don't prohibit the opportunity of getting it in the records.
no, you can ask her the question, did he do it for her campaign? What I'm saying is that you're suggesting to her that it could, that it's already in the record.
No,
that he
she's
campaigned.
witness and she would have the opportunity to testify against that.
I understand, counsel.
Just make your objection and move on.
Right.
I mean,
Okay, well,
Make your objection.
I'm just asking you to advise your board, and this is what I'm saying. It's being suggested to the mayor that it's already in evidence that there's some testimony that Carl Givens' campaign, he catered for
This
her
is an
campaign.
investigation.
Just-
What, this is an investigation.
So y'all don't understand what I'm saying?
Well, it is in the record because that's part of the complaint.
This is an investigation.
Mrs. Breedlove, I don't know if you had a chance to read this, she stated in here
Right.
that he had provided catering service for the mayor.
Well, if you say that, that's fine.
That's what said, that's
No,
what she
but
said.
but that's not what's represented. What's represented is that he did a catering bid for her campaign. Her campaign was over, and that's all that's in the record.
Let her say it.
Exactly.
I know, I don't really.
They're alleging that it wasn't over. And it may have been over.
Also,
this-
it's in the complaint. The complaint is saying, making that suggestion.
Only thing I'm saying is that you're making an unclear record, that's all I'm saying. Is that you're suggesting to her that that's in the record, and I'm saying that it's not in the record. So the only thing I'm asking you to say, only thing I'm asking is this, in all fairness to the witness that's coming up here, if we're gonna lay a predicate and say, this is what's already in the record, let it be a factual representation as opposed to.
No, sir, that's why it's under the rule. This is an investigation.
I'm aware of that, I promise
Okay.
you, I'm aware of that.
And-
Only thing I'm saying is this.
If you're not happy with the tactics, that's not my concern, but this is an investigation.
It's not about being happy with the tactics. What I'm saying is this, Mr. Chair. Making a representation to the witness, that something is.
All she gotta do is testify to what's truthful.
Look, apparently, it's
To what's
not gonna matter what I say.
what's truthful, counselor.
I got you. Let me just note my objection for the record. You're gonna do whatever you think.
It shouldn't be hard. All she gotta do is answer to what's truthful.
Oh, she's gonna answer.
Okay, that's all I gotta do, answer what's truthful.
Well, on that note, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Ms. Breedlove did submit to the board a motion to dismiss the investigation. The motion was denied. However, Ms. Breedlove did not present this as evidence, even though she did submit it to the board. And I think it's a part of the record.
It is.
It's part of the record, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make sure that the request that Ms. Breedlove made to the board was part of the record.
Oh, I agree. See.
Thank you.
Just, note my objection to any representations to a witness that something is in the record that is not in the record. That's all I'm saying. By way of, let me just say this. If you say that it's alleged, if you say that it's alleged in the complaint, that's perfectly fine, because it speaks for itself. It's already an exhibit in the record. But to suggest to her that the witness is taking this stand and testifying.
I haven't done that.
That's exactly what you said.
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay, well then, let me stand corrected. Let me take my seat.
It may feel that way, but I haven't.
Fair enough. Or maybe I heard it wrong, but I don't think so. But
And you are correct, Mr. Perry, it has been alleged. It has been alleged. And that's true, this has been alleged. And whether it's true or not, we would have to make that determination.
And that's all I'm asking is that if you making this is called a predicate. If you land a predicate, even before you start asking her questions, if you saying, okay, this has already been established in the record, if you say it by way of the complaint by Captain Bowley, that's perfectly fine. But to suggest that a witness is taking a stand and said that, that's just different. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all. That's the only point I'm making.
Okay.
All right, so,
Mr. Jones, we'll have Ms. Oliver return. Okay, we got clear on it, what was going on. And what I was, asked at the time that, council object was the fact that, Carl Gibbons does have a business and, he does catering service, from my understanding. And the law does allow him to provide a political party service, if that's what he normally do. However, he has to do it within certain guidelines. He has to only charge the person fair market price, and he has to not do it for free. And what we was trying to understand now is how much did your campaign pay second to none or / Carl Gibbons for his services?
Nothing.
so are you saying then that he never catered for your business? I mean, for your campaign?
No, he did not cater for my campaign.
Did his business cater for your campaign?
No.
Oh.
So,
Did he ever cater for a birthday party?
I'm gonna object to that as being relevant and instruct me not to answer it.
Did he cater for your the runoff
inauguration.
Victory Day?
No.
He wasn't present at your facility?
There were so many people there, but he did not cater.
Mr. Chairman, may I, please?
Yes, sir, you may.
Mayor, I'm Billy Casey, and I'm representing the board in these proceedings. As as the chief business, and do you know the name of his business that he has a catering service?
Yes, sir.
And what is the name of that business, please?
Second to none.
Has he ever catered for you personally, or your, let's say for you personally?
For me personally?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna object to that as being irrelevant, and I'm gonna instruct you not to answer.
I mean, it's not incriminating or anything like that, and the board can overrule or
He
sustain.
has to answer.
He has to answer.
I'm objecting as being irrelevant, and I'm instructing you not to answer. That is not why we're here today.
It is what we hear today.
If he catered for her personally, has nothing to do.
And she can say yes or no.
Well, I know she can say yes or no. She can very well speak. As I'm telling her right now, and I'm saying it's irrelevant, and I'm instructing her not to answer, so you can sit there and wait for her to answer.
But the board is gonna allow it.
Yeah, the board can order her to answer over your objection, and your objection is noted for the record.
And I've already instructed her not to answer.
Well, you ordered her to be in violation of the board command.
Go ahead, Mr.
If it's going to incriminate her, yes, I agree with you. But if it's not going to incriminate her, then yes, she must answer.
I don't think you get to advise
No, I
me
think
how to advise my client.
regardless, she has to answer. I just read that in the
Yeah,
rules.
she has to
today.
answer the question.
Right, period.
Yeah, just across the street.
Well, hey, go
It's
for it.
up to you to make your appeal.
You have
I've
time.
already instructed her not to answer.
Oh, well, okay, Mr. Chairman, would you proceed, please? And and let the mayor answer the way she wants to answer.
Mayor, the board is waiting on the answer to the question.
To what question, sir?
The question, it was that a council stated whether or not Carl Gibbons / second to none ever catered for you on a personal matter.
I'm calling the guidance of council.
What did she say?
On the guidance of council, she will not answer.
On what?
On the guidance of council, that means she's not gonna answer.
Okay,
So move on to the next question.
all right.
Mayor, as second to none, ever catered for you and your campaign?
No,
Has he ever catered for you at all, other than your campaign?
specifically,
Yes, ma'am.
this sounds like the same question asked in a different way, on a personal level.
That's the question.
It sounds like the same question under guidance of council. I'm going to respect the attorney.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear him guide you not to answer this question.
I'm not objecting, but my instructions with respect to her answering the questions by him facilitating for her personally.
That wasn't a question. You made objection to that. That was another question asked.
Councilman, aware of that. Only thing I'm saying right now is that, I'm going to instruct my client, if there's been an event other than something personal, that you can testify. That's all.
The question wasn't personal.
What was the question, sir?
Has second to none ever catered for your campaign?
That's already been asked and answered.
Has he ever catered for any other event for you?
Council?
You can answer that question.
Yes.
Would you tell us what event was it, or events?
Swearing in?
Any other event?
If I'm going to object if it's something other than dealing with a campaign, I'm going to instruct.
Well, she can answer that. She can say yes or no.
Counsel, you don't get to tell me how to object. Let me make my record. I'm instructing you, if it has nothing to do with a campaign, or something personal, has nothing to do with why we're here today, I'm going to object onto relevance. She's answered the question about what he catered for. She already said it for us, swear answer.
Let me ask. Okay, so for your election, the catering that he did for you, did you pay him to do it?
Yes.
All right.
But it was not for election, let me clarify. It was for swearing in ceremony.
Right, I understand.
He was
I
paid.
understood that. I think you said that
Yes, ma'am.
somewhere along the line. Okay.
Now,
So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mayor, earlier the question was asked, and you said you didn't pay him for anything.
But no,
I'm going to.
I mean, the record would speak for itself. I don't know if the court reporter
I'm
can.
going to object to a mischaracterization of the testimony. That was not the question. You asked her a specific question. She gave you a specific.
I didn't ask that question. Mayor,
You asked her a specific question whether or not he had been paid to cater for her campaign. She told you no. So don't suggest that she said that and she did not.
Why?
She told you, you just asked, did you do anything for you other than your campaign? She said yes. You said what? Swearing in ceremony. Did you pay him? Yes. I'm gonna tell you like you tell me, move on.
yeah, we are. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that was your question?
that was my question.
If,
in the, at the end, oh, no, well, okay, I do have a question. At the end of the campaign, and after it's all said and done, and you're celebrating and now waiting to take office, at what point do you fill out your campaign financial statement?
Oh, I closed mine out. I mean, the actual date is not in my mind, but there are due dates to close out, maybe somewhere in May or early June. But the date is not just fresh in my mind. I've had so many dates to deal with since that time.
Now, when you submit that, I'm not familiar with exactly where those documents go. But at some point, I would imagine from listening to the news and other campaigners and so forth, that that's going to be a part of your taxes or something along those lines. Where do you file those financial statements with, and how is that handled as far as, is that a part of your taxes? Because I would imagine you use some of your own money and you would claim it as some type of an expense.
Campaign reports on file with the Secretary of State, and they are public record.
So when you file those, are you supposed to itemize all of the organizations that donated or services or money, or like in this particular instance, Chief Gibbons' business catered your rally swearing in? Would that be indicated on those forms?
Excuse me? Would
On those forms that you submit with the Secretary of State, are those, each one of the donations that was made to your campaign, like from businesses such as the Chiefs, that you ended up having to pay, and or if businesses donated something, because of course they could write it off on their taxes, is that indicated, itemized on your on that form?
Let me object, not to the substance of your question, but just to the form of it, because it has several questions wrapped into one.
Right.
So if you ask them one at a time, I don't have any problem with the substance of what you asked.
Well, I asked her, and she said that she files it with the Secretary of State in this public record.
Yes, ma'am.
My next question was, and she wanted me to repeat it, was on those documents, everybody that contribute, like businesses or individuals, large sums of money, maybe I left that out, is that itemized on those forms, and any business that contributed free and or got paid for their services, is that itemized on those financial documents?
I have no questions, I have no problem with.
Well, that's the question I was getting at.
With any of those, I'm just saying, but if you just ask them one at a time, she can answer it, then the record will be clear. If you.
Well, I just continued on from the part where she said yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Again,
Fair enough.
you said yes, that you filed it with the state,
Yes.
and I get it about deadlines, and not knowing the specific date and that sort of thing. But my other question is, on those documents, when people donate above a certain sum, if I'm not mistaken, and or donate food, or if they were paid, is that itemized somewhere on those forms?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
This event right here, it was kind of skeptical for me. I didn't know whether or not I would call this political or was this city function. And I was kind of fearful to even attend, really I was. But the question I have for you is, who financed this program?
are we talking about 8, Mr. Chair? I mean, this B.
Yeah, wherever this exhibit is.
B18?
Yes, yes.
It's
Right.
listed on the back of the program.
The sponsors, I saw that, it showed some sponsors, of a whole long list of sponsors.
Okay.
I
Now,
didn't look at them individually.
I see you had about 4 caterers there. Caterers, et cetera, roundos, second to none, and who's cooking? Did they all show up?
No.
Who showed up?
Who's cooking, caterer, et cetera, and second to none.
Have caterers, et ceteras ever did any political event for you?
I'm gonna object.
What, no,
Well, let me just.
wait,
I'm not gonna sound like instructor not to answer. I'm just gonna object to it being outside the scope of this hearing that we're here for today. We're here today to determine whether or not, Chief Givens had any.
if you give me latitude, I'll get to that.
My objection is that it's outside the scope.
Okay, if you give me latitude, I'll get to it.
Well, it's
He
not
doesn't give you
necessarily
latitude, Mr.
outside
Chairman.
the
You give him
scope.
latitude.
I understand, but he wanna run it, I'm gonna grant his,
My objection is that it's irrelevant, I mean, I'm just making my record, that it's irrelevant, has nothing to do with the purpose in which we're here today.
okay.
Well,
Have cater, I'm sorry.
so am I. My question is really relevant because we can go to the website and take a look at her financial statements, and basically, even these sponsors, if they put in, I don't know what the maximum amount that a person can donate to a local campaign like mayor, but I know that there are limits for Congress and Senate and presidents. But I would imagine that a maximum amount, if it's above that, not $5 and $10, but like $250 or $300. Would that be listed by each one of these people if they donated that amount of, what is the?
I'm gonna object to any questions with respect to, what, I mean, it's public record. I'm gonna object to it because it's outside the scope of this hearing that we're here today. We're here to determine whether or not there's any inappropriate political activity conducted by, Chief Griffin.
Okay.
And
What the mayor did in her campaign, or who contributed, or who she paid, and you're gonna probably get that answer in a minute, if you give me some latitude, but notwithstanding that, I'm objecting at this point in time because I said.
Oh, okay, well, I can't wait for you to give it to me. I'm sorry, go ahead,
Okay.
Chief. Excuse me.
Now, we have decided that, well, I got kind of lost, but for the celebration, you said catering, et cetera, and you said, who didn't show up again? Randall's didn't show up, but second to none did, and who's cooking along with catering, et cetera. And I ask you a question, what other event, political event that catering, et cetera have done for you, and you was about to before we got interrupted?
Although I don't think it's real, I'm gonna object on relevance, but she can answer that.
What, I mean, in respect to what?
I mean, I mean, if they did any catering for you, I was trying to find out what other political event that they do catering for you on.
Oh, in respect to what time frame, sir?
During your campaign?
During my campaign?
Yes, ma'am.
I had several, my record is out there. I had lots of small things, so I mean, it's so broad, I don't know how to answer that.
Okay.
Well, to follow up on that, would that have been included on your financial document, disclosure?
If financial disclosure, we would disclose it.
Okay.
But getting someone to cater an event for you, that's something that time is put into. I mean, you would know if they did any catering for you. You probably tell me who catered your weddings. It's been, I don't know how long it's been, but you probably tell me that.
I'm gonna object if that's a question that is being irrelevant.
No, I want to know who did, when did they cater for her? We're talking about catering et cetera.
Givens?
No, catering et cetera.
I'm gonna object to that being totally irrelevant.
No, it's on this page right here.
I'm not debating where it is.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you, Mr. Chair, is this. I don't want to lose sight and convolute the record with respect to things that are not relevant before this body. This body is here conducting an investigation as to whether or not Chief Givens had the occasion of engaging in any inappropriate political activity.
Correct.
With respect to a caterer who catered for the mayor for her wedding or some other event, you know, that's not relevant before this board. And clearly this board doesn't have the authority if you're trying to get into something ethical with the mayor. That's totally outside your jurisdiction.
I think he just used that as an example.
As an example about the
Well,
wedding.
find another example. What I'm saying right now is this. If we get to the issue that we're here for today, ask her about the political activity that we're here for.
Well, I would like to get, when did catering et cetera?
That has nothing, well, look.
Your objection's been noted, Counselor. Your objection is noted. For the record, move on, Mr. Chairman.
Are you the chair?
I'm
You're not
saying,
the chair.
I'm the board attorney. I'm advising the board to move forward.
You're not the chair.
Move on, Mr. Chairman. If you have a question, ask it.
I asked you the question as when did the catering et cetera do any catering during your campaign?
And since you're gonna rule, you're gonna overrule me, right? Mr. Chair?
I think your remarks is uncalled for.
Well, here's the thing. She
Your
said
remarks
that-
are uncalled for. The board is controlling this meeting, not you, sir.
Clearly, you don't tell me how to conduct myself in court. I've been doing this for 30 years.
This board is, I've been doing it for 40 years, so what's the difference?
Mr. Chair, I made an objection.
And you just noted.
You have,
Move on, Mr. Chairman.
it is your meeting. If you don't rule on my objection, she's not gonna say a word.
Objection overruled.
No, my objection for the record.
Miss Olive, as far as the catering et cetera, what campaign event did they cater for you for?
Objection or relevance? And the basis is unless there's a connection to that particular company and to Chief Givens, it's irrelevant before this body for these issues, sir. That's all I'm saying.
Are you representing catering et cetera, or are you representing Mr. Givens and second to none?
I'm representing, I've already made the record.
And you represent the witness and the defendant as well?
Counsel, I mean, how's this work, okay? How's this
That's
work?
the conflict of interest that,
You are the chair. I'm not representing no catering or whoever you're talking about. What I'm saying right here today is this. You posing a question to this witness who happens to be my client. It is totally irrelevant to the proceedings that we're here for today. We're here clearly for, a complaint was filed against Chief Givens, and you all said we're limiting the scope of this testimony with respect to political inappropriateness. This particular witness, you're asking her to testify about a caterer that you have not established a connection with this accused, and as such is irrelevant. And any testimony she can give is only going to be relevant testimony. And my objection is the same. Anything that's outside the scope of why we're here today, I'm going to continue to make the objection.
and this question dealt with her campaign.
Is she on trial today? No, she's a witness here called subpoenaed by the subpoena powers of this body to testify regarding inappropriate political
Well,
activity.
there's no fear of asking a question. I mean, answering
I
one.
know you ain't, I mean, we can ask all the questions in the world, but it doesn't make it relevant. What I'm saying here today is this. Any questions not related to inappropriate political activity on behalf of this accused is irrelevant for this witness to answer. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
And I'm certain your counsel can advise you that.
I disagree, Mr.
Well, hold
Chairman.
up, because it's very important, because she's a politician and she had a campaign going on. And like Ms. Whaley expressed to us that there are certain things that has to be reported. And what I'm trying to determine whether or not is everything lining up.
Whether she reported something or not, What does that have to do with an inappropriate political act on behalf of Chief Givens?
Well, if she failed to report work that he did for her.
Well, you know, you can just ask her that direct question.
Well, I
mean,
could.
That's what
If
You're
you,
talking about another company.
and if you were
Give you some
conducting this investigation, that would probably be your process, but I'm doing it this way.
And I'm objecting on roll.
Okay, objection overruled.
And my objection for the record.
Can you think about when they did it for you?
Can I ask the question?
Yes, sir, you may.
I'm just gonna, maybe we just need to stick with, second to none. Has second to none, you said, did for your, swearing in, he did cater for that. But has he done anything before this, for your,
She refused to answer that question on the advice of her counsel.
okay, we're just saying, he said it had to be with, Chief Givens, so I'm
But as
just
you
asking the
know,
question.
We cannot, I mean, she cannot not answer that question as far as this board is
Well, we need
concerned.
to end this procedure then. It's almost 5 o'clock, and we've been sitting here since 10 o'clock. So we need to decide what we're going to do.
What decision already made?
Okay, well, I guess we've already authenticated the information that was on Facebook by the technology person. And unless you want to probably run it through the mayor herself so she could give an opinion or testimony on it, or we should be
Chairman, that's totally up to the board. If the board has any other further questions about those exhibits, then the board.
You mean with the mayor?
Yes, with the mayor.
I don't really have any other questions,
Think so? What would she know?
with her. She's already given a non-answer, which kind of stalled, because she's listening to counsel, and counsel is not familiar enough with Civil Service Board rules, and otherwise he would know that there is no such thing as not answer the question. Another thing
Unless
is
it's
that,
self-incriminating.
sir?
Unless it's self-incriminating.
Well, I didn't read that part about self-incriminating. And the other thing is that she's already said that he did cater for her, did things or something to that effect, she said, but it was free. But for catering, it was,
Mr. Chairman, may I object? Let the board member complete her statement, please.
most definitely.
That's totally out of order.
I just want the record.
That's totally out of order,
Let her
Mr.
go ahead and
Chairman.
finish what she got to say.
I want the record to be clear.
You can let it be clear after she gets through. Let her finish.
She made a representation.
Sir, you're out of order.
Let her finish.
Wait, hold me in contempt. What I'm saying is that we're not gonna have an incomplete or inappropriate record. She said the mayor testified that Chief Givens catered something for her for free. That was never said.
no, I didn't say cater. She said that he did things, but she did not pay. But as far as catering, he catered her swearing in ceremony. So there. That is what my summary was about. So therefore, I don't have any more questions from the mayor, for the mayor. Thank you very much.
I have one other question. Was any of these funds reported on your campaign contribution submitted to the Board of Ethics?
I'm definitely gonna object to that.
Well, she's already said that she's supposed to have put these things
Well,
on there.
if she submitted campaign funds for this, we may not change this. We may have to change the nature of this from being just swearing in. Maybe it was a campaign party.
Can I state my objection?
Yes, sir.
My objection is that what the mayor may or may not have done after her required reporting period is not relevant before this court. What we're here for today is to determine whether or not there was inappropriate political activity on behalf of this chief.
Okay.
That's what we're here for.
We go ahead,
It's not before this court.
we'll go ahead and dismiss the witness.
Well, she's not dismissed.
Well, I want to address this. It specifically says in here that the chief or any person, other fireman or police person can do certain things. However, they are to be paid. And so she's already said that she has submitted her paperwork, so maybe we should make a motion and request a copy of it, which actually then it should be shown to us like by the end of this hearing, as well as the other documents that I made a motion for in regards to the chief. So all of that should be provided to the court. And this business about we can't see it is not true. So if it is not on there, because the rules clearly says that he can do that, and he can be there with his business at these functions, but he should be paid a fair market price. Therefore, if he did, and she said that he was there, that should be on her campaign finance records. So we could take a look at it and see. And therefore, I make a motion that it be provided, we be provided with a copy of it by the end of these proceedings.
Mr. Chairman.
That would answer the question.
If I make a note, if you look at the subpoena that was issued to the Honorable Betty Ali, Mayor, it states in there, you're ordered to produce any and all documents and electronically stored information that you or your employee have regarding the issue of compensation to Bastrop Police Department Provisional Chief Carl Givens, and invoices, records, and bank statements of services rendered by him to the Betty Ali mayoral campaign. I mean, you
That's
already
what-
requested that.
Well, did you provide it today?
She has not.
Sir?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did she bring it today, or did?
That direct question has already been asked to her, and she's already told you that he, well, I'm not.
But I'm saying the documents.
Documents.
Well, if she made no payments to him, there are no documents.
Yes, they are documents. You don't throw those types of things away. I would imagine you got to keep them for X number of years.
Mr. Chair, yes, ma'am, I understand that. Mr. Chair, if after the board's examination or your council's examination of the mayor, when it's my turn to examine her, I'm going to show you all the financial disclosures.
Oh, well, yeah.
I have them all right
Let's
here.
go.
Okay, all right.
Good. Oh, well, there's our answer. He's going to show you her documents.
Public record is on the website. Hang on a second. Wait a minute.
Ask to give a copy.
I was gonna try to pull it up on the Secretary of State website so y'all could follow, so I'm not trying to prove it.
Right.
Yes, we was asking for to bring it.
And
Well-
for the record, these documents that I'm getting ready to go through with the mayor is not subject to the subpoena, but it's for you all understanding, because apparently.
Sir, are these documents the official documents that would be on the Secretary of State website?
Absolutely.
Well, then,
Absolutely.
we can't be looking at some documents that
No, I'm
have
saying
no
they are-
real
they are
significance.
Absolutely the same documents. is what I'm saying.
Well, are they notarized or witnessed?
I mean, I just copied them off the website like anybody else who was on the website would copy. I'm just
Well,
saying-
then it will indicate on there that that's where they came from.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Will we ask to bring that today?
Yes,
For both?
they was asked to bring it today.
There's nothing,
But that's not the point. If they were asked to be brought today, why weren't they brought today? If they were asked,
What was asked to be brought today?
Her
In the
campaign
subpoena.
expenses. And,
That's not in the subpoena. That's not what the subpoena said. The subpoena says you're here. I can go to the read it for you. I'm sure you prepared it.
I just read it in the record, what she was asked to bring.
Okay.
And that was asked to be delivered by 12 p.m. on September the 1st, 2021. So why were these documents presented yesterday as ordered?
Well, first of all, if you look at your request and what's involved, Ernest, can you pull up the Secretary of State's website?
no, that's not my question.
What specifically is requested, if y'all look at the subpoena, I'll read it with you, so you don't think I'm pulling it there. It says, to produce, and I read, Bastrop Police Department, documents, invoices, records, and bank statements for services rendered by him to the Betty Olive Memorial Campaign. She's already testified that there's no such document.
She did not. She said that the only one she paid for was a swearing-in campaign.
Right, but that's not to her campaign, is what the.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
mean it's
if
not?
I may,
Go right ahead.
those services was paid out of her campaign funds. Am I correct?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes, you may.
Oh, I have that.
Let me see over there.
I don't want to see that.
I'm marking this for exhibit, six, all right? Six.
I don't want to see that. Just do don't
What
answer
I'm
the
sharing
question
with
why they
the
want to
mayor
give
is
us
the
a-
copy of a statement we received.
Okay.
Okay? Mayor, would you take a look at this, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay? Have you seen this document before?
I provided that document.
You provided the document. Can you tell us what this document represents, please?
The document is for the swearing-in ceremony.
Okay, and paid out, I'm sorry.
This list of sponsors on the back side of that program that Mr. Rutherford has.
Okay. And it says on here amount, $400,
Yes, sir.
right? Was that amount, and it has on here second to none catering. Is that right? On the
That was
document?
for the service that
That this
second to none provided. Yes,
Provided,
sir.
and it was paid $400
Yes, sir.
out of your campaign funds.
No, sir.
How was this paid out of?
The list of sponsors on the back of that program that Mr. Rutherford has.
So you're saying the sponsors paid for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the sponsors was contributions given to your campaign?
No, sir.
Okay, explain that, please. Sponsors.
We're speaking about two different events.
Yes, ma'am.
Campaign report was finalized. Was finalized before that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That- oh, just
But I'm also familiar with campaigns because you still have to file reports.
Yes,
Even after
sir.
your campaign is over.
Okay, that's true.
And that's right, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this $400 we're speaking of, these were sponsors. Was these sponsors making contribution to your mayoral campaign?
No, sir.
So what were these sponsors for?
It was for the swearing-in ceremony, and those are the ones listed on the back of the program.
Are you telling us that your swearing-in program was not a part of your campaign?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And was that money raised after the campaign? It's just the sponsors.
Two separate accounts.
Okay.
So you had no submittals to the Board of Ethics after that date right there?
Pause.
Wait, hold up. You had,
Pause. I'm gonna object. I'm gonna object to any further testimony with respect to any ethical questions that is clearly outside the purview of this board, and y'all know that. The mayor is not on trial for anything that she may or may not have done. The question that's here today is the complaint against Chief Givens with respect to whether or not there was inappropriate political activity. So, I mean, if you want to go there with the, she's right there to tell you.
We're gonna say that this, is being investigated, whether or not this was, a swearing in.
You don't have authority to investigate any ethical violations.
No, I'm trying to determine whether or not this is a political event. Did you make any submission to the Board of Ethics
I'm gonna object.
after,
I'm instruct you not to.
after this date right here? And this was June the 17th. Did you submit anything to the Board of Ethics after June the 17th? And I'm sure that Mr. Floyd is gonna show whether or not that took place. I'm just asking you.
I've already instructed her.
Mr. Chairman, there's no objection. I'm going to commit Board Exhibit 6 is this statement that the mayor has identified.
That's no opposition.
Can we have a break? Please, I need, yes, sir.
Okay.
5 minutes?
We're gonna recess for 5 minutes.
5 minutes. That's not enough to go to the ladies' room and back.
Well, 10 minutes. You rest from.
All right, take a leak myself.
I don't see why we didn't get the document.
I don't think that we have time. Well, forget it. I'm going to the ladies'.
You got a copy.
Yeah, but when we got a copy. Oh, you got a copy of the document that David gave us?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Feel free to ask him to look through it.
I don't want to see no point in this. Hello? Nothing much? No. Yes. Okay.
I mean, I can just go to my computer. You know what? Let me set it to here.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore.
I mean, that's a good tool to have if it's large enough where people can see it.
I guess I got the,
And plus, it has a glare on it.
I had the best seat, I think.
I think so as well. I'm not real pleased about being asked to look at it. And furthermore, from my angle, there's a glare on it. Are those mine? Is that your writing on the last spot?
It's mine. And you have your thing.
Am I right?
May or may not. The sheet.
May or may not do it.
It's a sheet.
Come here. Usher.
Oh, yes.
We just saw it. We got everything.
Right, that's all right. And the question about,
You should get out of here. All you gotta do.
I already
This is
said.
black and white.
It's like saying that it looked like it was blue. And it's a lot of matter, and furthermore, he can, but, and so, I can wait to ask them one question. I want to know, what's the name of his business? See if they can work through the city to get this business, and is it in the state? Voices. I never heard of his business. And he don't accept his last name. No wonder I get slacked up about going up. I used to go up there 3 times a week. Can you imagine? Because I don't cook. I know it. Mm-hmm. And then, furthermore, clearly said, and clearly in here it says that there is no such thing as a witness not being answering the questions. It's right in there. And this will, he just keeps fucking away.
Yes, yes.
I'm getting hungry now. Buy crackers doesn't last long, especially since you ain't had nothing else. No juice. No sweets, which is a good thing, but no snacks. And she was what he was trying to know is exactly what water people like or dislike something. And you can like or dislike something because Jewish and me comments and stuff all the time. And I also participate on Instagram. I'm like with good news and So I got used to what's calling him. I don't bother nobody right now. I ain't looked at any of that. But I know that you can make comments on YouTube. Like that. But it's I don't like or dislike anything that Lisa Spikes says that she's the one that runs out of this. But can I have a piece of a thing so that I get this just for friends? I just make out what it was? Because I'm not gonna do it. And she was texting me.
I think, Mr. Scott, he implied that he had waived his opportunity. Is that what you?
What?
Is that what you understood about Mr. Anderson?
He was not showing up. He was not gonna come.
He
Because
sent
he didn't
us a
recognize
letter.
us.
He said he didn't recognize us
Right.
as a board, Mr. Anderson. He didn't recognize us. And, so he was.
He was mad because the last minute something, I don't know.
Yeah. And so. Yeah.
Did we excuse that witness?
So apparently whenever I was out, I'm sure that to show you. So I told you that I was with
Let's let the, get back in session with the investigation. But before we go on, it's the board's concern that it's a conflict that's going on whether or not you have legal capacity to represent both the chief, Carl Givens, as well as the mayor, Ms. Betty Olive. It is for us to request that you would submit a copy of the city charter indicating that you have such capacity.
To represent the mayor and the chief?
Yes.
At the same time, at a hearing such as this.
I don't think you're ever gonna find that in any charter. I mean, if you wanna see the charter, pull it up for them, right? The mini code.
Under what grounds are you doing this under?
City attorney.
There's does that mean then that if any person that works for the city, you would represent them at hearings such as this?
No, ma'am.
Ah, and at the same time, you're sitting there with, a client, because his attorney gave you, but at the same time, you're standing up and advising a witness that you work directly for. That seems, a huge conflict of interest to me. And I saw this handwriting, and this is why I have brought it up previously. I just don't think it's appropriate. You can't, to me, you cannot jump from one side to the other side in the same proceeding. I don't.
So what documents or what criteria you're doing this under, we would request that you submit it to the board in a timely manner.
And we're not gonna read it on that little.
Well, I mean, that,
Revised statute that gives me authority? I mean, what do you want?
that would give you the authority to do such.
You want the revised statute? You want the charter? What do you want?
Well, I suppose, no one is saying that you don't have the capacity, because you are a lawyer, to represent him individually and represent her individually. But what we have here is him is the one being accused, and we are at the same time questioning his direct supervisor, and you're representing her as well. Sir, don't you see that as a conflict of interest?
I absolutely do not. But if you
Oh,
care.
okay,
if you-
well, I do.
If you care, and I mean. if
I
you-
do, and I've repeated it many times. It just took the rest of us a little bit longer until we got to this set of circumstances.
Okay, well, here's how it works.
And I'd like to have it in writing, as I've stated before, and furthermore, there's a glare on the screen, and the type is really tiny.
I can't control that.
Well, you can, I would imagine that you have a copy of the charter that specifies what the city attorney should be doing in the first place, readily handy, like next across the hall or wherever the mayor's office, I'm sure she has such a copy.
You want a copy of the charter?
We would like to see that.
Sure, yes, ma'am. I want to print one.
So we can see what your responsibilities are.
I can print one for you.
So are we on recess until he comes back? I would have thought that he would be able to just go and get one off the shelf.
Right. Okay. That's a valid concern. Real thick. They're real thick.
What does it mean?
think he may have some, I don't think we really don't, because, to what we're doing right now, I think really we already got here. I think we already got where we was going. Yeah, I know.
Can we ask him if you have a question?
Counselor, if you have no further questions for the mayor, would you allow us to go ahead and release her?
Yes, sir, I have no problem with it.
Right.
However, though,
Why she just sitting? That's not right. Just be sitting.
well, Mr. Pierre,
Listen, he does.
Yeah,
come again?
Listen, he had some questions.
I think he did.
That's the only reason
Yeah.
I said hold up until Mr. Pierre is able to say, yeah, no, he has no questions for us.
I think Mr. Pierre did, though.
No, I have none for.
Okay, I thought it was something like that. It's only like a monitor for the judge.
I would think, though. Well,
Right. Yeah,
the same thing we do down here.
we're thinking that certain documents and so forth, but I would rather see it probably.
I would think.
I remember years ago when we were at conference, and they were showing us something, similar
Sir?
to that. You could use in it was a neat idea.
No, 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 no.
I mean, I guess in a way I could see why we don't have one so bad.
We could,
Looks to be sitting
I don't-
squatting or whatever, holding the door. And another thing, you know, those new things that you're doing with seeds, that one in the middle, the
Mr. Chairman and Board, as in essence of time, I don't know how Mr. Pierre's office is operated here, but at least there ought to be a command he can give to somebody in his office to pull up what he needs to pull up, and he come on back in here and let's get this hearing
Okay.
moving
I'm just
forward.
saying,
I concur.
something that bothered me.
Where's his office? If someone can retrieve him?
I have no idea. Does this gentleman know?
Yeah, he does.
Would you direct him, sir?
I just was bringing it up, thank you so much.
Mr. Marshall, can you have Councilor Pierre to go ahead and return and probably have someone in his office to prepare that for us so we can go ahead and continue with the investigation?
What's his office, but I see what I can do.
You have no secretary?
Mayor Allen, do you not already have a produced copy of the charter for the city attorney?
He would have access to that document.
Oh, I see.
And then too, Mr. Chairman, if this is going to be a two-part type hearing, we may go on with this hearing and have him to produce the documents prior to the next hearing.
That's fair enough.
Thank you.
You know, we can go ahead and get this out the way because
Yes.
he's already represented that he can do it, and the board just want to have the legal document that gives him the authority to do so. But,
That's fair enough.
all right? Would you please, sir? Thank you.
And could we then have it amended to the case? Or you'll be taking, how we're gonna make that a part of the record?
Let me respond when you come back. I don't want us to go too far in saying things without this counsel here. And all due respect.
Mr. Pierre, do you have any questions for the mayor?
I have a lot of them. But I mean, y'all told me to come present my authority, so I'm.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah,
Because she
I
can
have
sit
a lot of questions for you. Section 15, can you see that, ma'am?
No, ma'am, no, sir. Furthermore, there's a glare on the screen and the type is so tiny.
I'm sorry, but that's the best I could do. It's chapter, section 15, ma'am. And it's right up here. Section right up. I'll pass it down.
Okay, well, what section cover your duties?
It says the mayor shall prescribe this, ma'am.
Oh, so the mayor can give you authorization to represent her as well as someone accused of doing something that they weren't supposed to do that also works directly for the mayor? I find that very difficult to understand. I don't think that that's the way it works. So I think that we need to put a stop to this. So it doesn't go on to say what those duties are. I don't think that any attorney should be tap dancing like you're doing today.
And if you so desire, ma'am, I can provide you all the revised statute that gives me the authority to do so.
Well, sir, we just need to see whatever you have in writing that gives you the authority to represent both people. One that may have relevant information for or against the person that is being accused.
Well,
and gives you the authority to do it simultaneously.
Ms. Rob Whaley, what the essence of a conflict of interest would be if
sir, I assure you, I kind of have that under control.
Okay, but just let me make my record. If party A and party B lines of interest are not aligned, then that creates a conflict. And if they are not aligned, either party can waive the conflict. That's how it works. Certainly the law, you can tell you that.
Well, now, I would need some additional
He's right
information in
there.
regards to that.
He's right there.
Right where?
He's sitting right there. With the
Well,
citizens.
okay, that's why I just directed my voice for your ears.
Yes, ma'am.
And at the point that that was taking place, you objected the witness not to answer.
Right.
Right.
And I can do that.
I know.
Mr. Chairman,
That's the
I would disagree with that. I mean, we have a conflict of interest here. And it's obvious a conflict of, you don't let me finish? You have an obvious conflict of interest. You have a witness testifying, then you have a lawyer telling that witness not to testify because I'm your lawyer. Then you have another person here who's being accused of some allegations against him. He's representing that person too, simultaneously.
It would be a
That's not
conflict
a
in the first
conflict.
degree.
I don't know what is a conflict. And I think we got a situation here, is questionable here.
Well, here's the thing. This man had a duly recognized attorney who was here today.
Right.
You all said you had to recess. She said she had to go. You all want to go forward. He says, okay for me to go forward and represent him. So where are we now? I'm
You-
out here representing him. You all knew well ahead of time that I was.
But you,
representing
officer of the court, know whether or not you could do that or not.
Well, I mean, all right, let me make your record clear for you. Chief Gibbons, if there is a conflict, do you want me to go forward and waive that conflict? Yeah. Mayor Ollie, if there is a conflict, do you want me to go forward and represent you and waive that conflict? Yes, sir. There we go.
Well, I understand what they're doing, I mean, what the situation between him, the chief, as well as the mayor. However, it's just the appearance of And I don't like it, and I didn't like it right from the get-go between him and because the city attorney, well, he's a city attorney. The accused can have an attorney, and it does, and normally you pay it for them, or you can go through probably legal defense fund or something like that to get one for free. But I don't think that the city council should at the same time be representing the city's interests as well as the accused's interests. We need a clarification of that, and so that's what I want, is clarification. I don't want this.
And I noticed that concern comes from you and Mr. Moore, who are residents within inside the city, who pay city taxes, and they have a concern about that.
I would be appalled if I heard of such a thing. I mean, this is wrong. I already hear people whining about paying their taxes, and then here we have an attorney, the city's attorney, sitting here representing someone that's being accused, that's before a legitimate board, and at the same time, the mayor is following the city attorney's directions. At the same time, oh, no, this is
Do y'all
not.
want the revised statute that gives me the authority? Because I'm going to send it up to the screen.
Sir, I have said several
You know,
times thus far, there is a glare on the screen, the type is small, and furthermore, I like things in writing.
And you can have your
Want me to go print it?
no, you can have someone to print it, and we will receive it in a timely manner,
Okay.
which may not have to be today.
Fair enough. Well, I'm going to give you the reference in case you want to go research it. It's revised statute Title 33, Section 386. Okay? And you go to,
And that reference is what?
this way. No, no, this way. To the beginning.
So are all charters equal?
I don't think so, even though.
What?
board-
Charters.
No, but the board manual is not necessarily equal. There are certain places in there for certain parishes. What was the reference again, sir?
You all, I'm sorry, revised statute Title 33, which is the code that deals with municipalities. Section 386 deals with attorneys and their responsibility.
Right. I think they was concerned whether or not the city of Bastrop allows such.
City of Bastrop allows such what?
What we're doing, what we're discussing here.
That whether the city of Bastrop will allow the city attorney to represent the chief?
Both parties simultaneously.
Well, I don't know if we've ever had this before. You
Right.
brought the mayor in here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I mean, even if you take this in a criminal setting, if a person who's accused of a crime, and there's two defendants, they both cannot have the same lawyer.
Yes, they can.
You can have a public defender to represent one accused, and a court will appoint another lawyer to represent the other accused, because they may have conflicting interests here. And just on the side of avoiding a conflict of interest, it would be best that the chief has an attorney, like he had this morning, Ms. Breelove, and then if the city attorney desire to represent the mayor, then that's fine. At least you got two different lawyers. But now we got a situation whereby the city attorney is advising the mayor, and he also representing the person who's been accused. If that ain't a conflict of interest, what is a conflict of interest?
That's what I'm talking about.
And
we
I'm
need
certain
to
that
we need
if
to
your lawyer is going to
clarify
advise
how
you.
it-
I mean, the city has a right, if I may, the city has a right to have him to represent both people, but not simultaneously when it may be a conflict between the two. And it's obviously been a conflict because counsel has advised the mayor not to answer certain questions.
Right.
And then he advised his client on certain matters, on certain issues, and arguing for his client. Well,
And for the record, what I advised the mayor not to answer was questions that were not related to this proceeding.
it's no problem advising her, but you can't represent both
Well,
at the same time.
we'll go across the street.
What do we do?
You go across the street.
I don't have to, I'm here right now.
Back and forth, back and forth.
I think that,
I mean, this board can make a ruling.
We've made a ruling. We're going to allow it. However, we've just expressed our belief and opinion on the matter.
you're gonna allow it.
Yes, we are.
I don't agree. I do not agree. I've never really agreed, but now it's at a point where it is obvious that this is wrong.
Well, we have moved for the,
If we keep doing this, we'll be here at 10 o'clock tonight. Agreeing, disagreeing, arguing, and we're not here for the argument.
Well,
We'll be at 10
so
o'clock
be
with
it.
this. So
I
let
mean,
him,
after all, we've been here since 10
yeah,
today. We
I
might
know.
as well make it
I
a
know.
day.
I know.
well, as,
I just don't think that it's
I,
proper.
I know that your belief, and as the chairman, we're going to go ahead and
I
allow it.
agree with you.
But, Mr.
I-
Chairman, I would think, in all fairness, I think you ought to call for a vote.
We'll call for a
Call
vote.
for a vote as to whether or not to allow this proceedings to go forward with Mr. Pierre representing both parties, as he
Okay.
admitted to
just
do,
said.
or you don't. If you agree to let him do it, then we go forward. If you agree not to let him do it, then you'll continue the meeting until such time that Ms. Breelove is back.
Okay,
Or whoever he's gonna get other than the mayor, than Mr.
We're going to call for a vote of whether or not to allow Mr. Pierre to continue as counsel for Carl Gibbons as well as counsel for Ms. Betty Olive.
Well, hold on. If we don't,
Yes, sir, you need a motion, Mr. Chairman, by someone. Right.
we got to come back.
I'm laying it out there, waiting on someone to do the motion.
There's a request for a motion from the chair.
Well, since I'm primarily concerned against it, I make a motion that we vote on whether we should allow this situation to continue or put a pause to it until we can get a definitive answer.
Well, it's gotta have to be a motion whereby you're gonna do one or the other, just do
Right.
one. And the other one would cure itself.
Well, I make a motion that we vote on it,
Vote.
on that question of whether to allow the situation to continue as it has been going on for a little bit.
With Mr. Pierre representing the respondent and asshole the mayor? Is that the motion?
Form my mouth to say that,
Yes,
but,
ma'am.
yeah, as far as, Mr. Pierre, the city's attorney represent, the mayor as well as, Chief Gibbons simultaneously. So now it's ready
Second.
for a second, something from somebody.
Second.
Okay, you ready to call for the vote?
Okay, we'll call for a vote.
It'll
Show
be
hands.
properly moved and second, Mr. Chairman. It has been properly moved and second.
Okay. It has been
Now you're
properly.
ready for the question.
It has been properly moved second. Now we'll have a show of hands to vote on it by saying aye.
Nay.
Now, ayes to allow him to continue, or ayes to not allow him to continue?
Aye is to not allow him to continue.
Okay.
Oh, aye. So, wait a minute, I say no. So which way you want no to be, for me to say? No.
Depends on how she wrote the motion.
You made the motion, no to allow him to continue, or yes to allow him to continue?
No, not to allow him to continue.
That's what I thought, Ms. Whaley.
That's the motion. Votes?
No.
No.
I guess no.
You got 4 noes to not allow him to continue?
But Counsel,
Yes.
I want
My
to
vote.
get an understanding, will this affect our time frame of investigation?
For this, under the political portion.
You have a hearing, and the hearing is in process.
So it's, okay.
It's continuing. The hearing is continuing. You are continuing the hearing, so you still on the investigation. Now, the question comes up, as you're asking, do you do it within the 30 days that the law allows? Okay, do you complete your investigation within 30 days? Well, and your 30 days start running on August 6th. So you have September the 6th, which is coming up, what, Monday, Tuesday, something like that?
or the 5th or the 6th.
Or the 5th or the
I
6th.
don't, right.
But should it be implied that this is not of our doing, this is of the defense? Should it be implied that they are requesting an extension?
Absolutely not. We're not requesting anything. We ready to
Well,
go on.
I think, Mr. Chairman, because of the conflict that the board has pointed out, I think that would be an exception in terms of the situation, that you allow this meeting to continue beyond the 6th. And I'm sure they may oppose it and things like that, and it's gonna be up to the district court.
Tomorrow is another day, and certainly we should be able to find out the answer. Today is, Thursday, Friday, and so, what day is, Monday on?
Monday's a holiday. Monday is a,
Monday is the 6th. Well, maybe we could, allow time to get a answer, and we can, agree, to resume, say at 1 tomorrow afternoon. Well, what about Saturday? Sunday? We got to, I mean, assuming that we, supposed to finish
I have a
this.
work day.
Counsel,
This is not
you having a
work.
recommendation?
well, in order to continue, I would think if you don't wanna you run beyond the date, that may be questionable, the 6th. Since Mr. Pierre had questioned both, the chief and the mayor, and asked that they would waive any conflict of interest. And am I correct, Mr. Pierre? I don't want to mistake you. In his recommendation. I'm just repeating what you're saying. If I'm incorrect, please allow me to.
No, I'm just saying, it's clear on my part.
Does holidays excluded from the time?
30 calendar days.
Monday's Labor Day.
Right? Say 30 calendar days.
Well, I don't have a problem with resuming on Monday, and that would give us more than ample time to figure this out, or maybe by that time, Mr. Chief Gibbons' attorney can be back here in person to represent him.
Assuming she can't, for the sake of argument.
Right.
I mean, you've already, in my advice to you, I know you made a motion and all that, and since the chief and the mayor have agreed to waive any conflict of interest, I would think that the board would proceed with Mr. Pierre representing the officer. And I may be wrong, but at the same time, you know, it's best to be on the cautious side. He said it won't be on his board part. It'll be either on the mayor or either the chief or Mr. Pierre. It won't be on his board. Because he intelligently said that he waived any conflict of interest.
Well, it's on my conscience.
I understand.
I just don't like that, and
I understand.
I don't have a problem with coming tomorrow. I have this has already extended much longer than we've had. I mean, than it should have.
Right.
Simply as a result of the accused attorney having to be somewhere else at 3:30. I mean, hello. And then he agreeing to allow the city attorney to represent him. I never liked that idea anyway. And now here we have the city attorney no, we just do it tomorrow. We need an answer about that. We could probably send a message.
Well, being
tonight.
that the 6th is the last day, I would move that we would reconvene on the 6th.
Well, I don't have a problem with the 6th, or tomorrow afternoon, I'm stating tomorrow afternoon, based on the assumption that we can have an answer to that specific question by noon tomorrow. I don't have a problem with it. 24-hour notice of what?
That we're gonna post.
Well,
that's right.
Your
For it to
30,
be
your
posted
30
out.
days is up on the 5th. That's Sunday. If you're using 30 calendar days, it's up on the 5th. If you have your meeting, I'm just saying, if you have your meeting tomorrow, this is a continuation of that meeting,
Right.
all right?
We have to meet after the agenda is prepared and posted.
A continuation of a meeting started?
Any meeting that you do, you have to have at least 24 hours notice.
Then I would suggest, Mr.
Because
Chairman,
he has to have 24 hours to put the notice out on the wall.
Go ahead, Counselor.
I understand your concern, Ms. Whaley, but I would say, in the essence of time, go ahead and with your meeting today, if you will. I mean, you don't have a one more witness, and that's the chief. And if Mr. Pierre wants to put on some evidence with the mayor, let him do it. And
I anticipate about 3 or 4 witnesses.
I mean, you didn't subpoena any witnesses?
I don't have to subpoena. Depends on how it goes. Maybe,
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably, or maybe more, I don't know, it depends.
I mean, if you all are willing, well, it's not like I'm gonna walk out, but I can't bring myself to say that I'm willing, and, you know, to forego my concerns about the
I
matter.
understand.
So I would recommend that we be given this type of a thing, and don't be dragging out some video that we can't even see. So we could just, I mean, is that what you wanted? You want it to end, or what?
I want to get this over with. That's what we're here for.
I think we through with the witness, Ms.
Mr. Pierre has, I think,
Okay.
in all fairness to him, his side, he has to question however you want to do it and move forward. So,
So we got to make another motion to back.
sir,
We got to reopen?
I'm sorry,
We got to redo this, reopen?
we got to reopen?
Uh-huh.
No, Mr.
Then we just, make a motion to not continue? What did we just do?
Well, you have 30 days. Your 30 days is up on the 5th of this month,
Okay, well, let's get started then.
you know. The only other
I'm
option,
ready. I haven't eaten anything anyway. I'm gonna fall out here and die. Let's go.
yeah. So just continue with your meeting today. Let's get it on.
Let's go. I'm on out there, sir.
This is Mr. Pierre. Mr. Chairman.
So,
Go on.
I would guess as a matter of house cleaning measure, you have a motion on the floor to postpone, I'm assuming that's a motion, y'all gonna remove that motion? I'm just saying practically.
Yes.
That's a-
Yes, we're gonna move the motion that we have on the floor to adjourn, to change it to that we're gonna continue with this investigation.
Well, do that, Mr. Chairman. We need Ms.
Right.
Whaley, since she made the motion, to withdraw her motion. And we need the person who made the second to withdraw his second.
All right.
And then we just start anew.
Come on. Let's go.
In the interest of time, I make a motion that I withdraw my motion that I made to halt these proceedings until we had an answer
Okay.
as far as Attorney Pierre representing the accused as well as the mayor. So in the interest of time, I withdraw my motion.
Second.
You withdraw your second, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Chairman, we ready?
We'll let the motion carry.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's on me? On this one?
Yes.
All right, thank you all.
Well,
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have some things I want to address with you, Mayor. I'm gonna first start with, some defense exhibits. I'm gonna walk you through those for a second. First of all, before we do that, ma'am, do you know Starlina Finister?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did she work on your campaign?
She did work with my
And do you recall what specific role and responsibility Ms. Finister had?
technology.
Was part of your technology to manage a Facebook platform?
Some extent.
She had other responsibilities in addition to that?
Yes, sir.
Fair enough. All right, now, I want to direct your attention, ma'am, to what's been admitted into evidence as Board Exhibit 1. This one, right? Leave the approach. I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Board Exhibit number 1. This is a photocopy, obviously, but this, do you know what Board Exhibit number 1 is?
Yes, sir.
And what, if anything, is Board Exhibit number 1?
This is a program for the swearing in ceremony for the mayor and board of aldermen.
So at that particular event, there was the purpose of that event was to have a swearing in not only for you, but for the Board of Aldermen.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Were you and some of the Board of Aldermen set in the same election cycle for that particular period?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which Board of Aldermen were in that election cycle?
All 5.
All right, did all of them have to run?
Yes, sir.
With the exception of Councilman Green?
That's correct. He was on the list, I'm sorry.
Fair enough. But notwithstanding that, this particular flyer or brochure was for the swearing-in ceremony for yourself, being the newly elected mayor,
Yes, sir.
and all 5 aldermen, including the one who didn't have to run, Derry Gray.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the front of that flyer, ma'am, if you would not, if you take a look at it, does it have a date on that flyer?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is the date and date of that flyer?
Thursday, June 17, 2021, 5 to 7 p.m.
And where was that particular ceremony held, ma'am?
Bastrop Municipal Center, 1901 Moeller Drive, Bastrop, Louisiana.
Now, was it part of the protocol for that ceremony for there to be an order of events or a series of individuals who were going to be participating in that ceremony?
Yes, sir.
And also as part of that ceremony, were there acknowledgments? Was it part of the ceremony that there were acknowledgments, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And part of that acknowledgments were letting people know who at the ceremony, people who supported you during your campaign?
Yes, sir.
Was Chief Gibbons part of that acknowledgement protocol?
No, sir.
Was his name mentioned or called at all at that acknowledgement protocol?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, also on that Board Exhibit A was a list of sponsors, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And those sponsors are I don't want to put words in your mouth, but individuals who donated money for the purpose of this ceremony?
That's correct.
And this was far after your campaign was over?
This, exactly.
Is it fair to say, ma'am, that on June the 17th, 2021, you had already been elected as the mayor for the city of Bastrop by the people of Bastrop?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention, ma'am, I have I'm going to show you, well, first of all, do you recall, I'm not going to get to it, but the date you qualified for this election?
I don't recall the date. It was not the very first date, and it was not I don't recall the exact date.
It wasn't the first and it wasn't the last date?
Right.
Okay, all right, and, you've been mayor of this city before, have you not, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that you were familiar with your responsibilities as mayor with respect to, notifying, the secretary and ethics with respect to any contributions that would have been made to you?
Absolutely.
Is it fair to say that you understand the difference between a financial contribution and an in-kind contribution?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did you, not only in this particular election cycle, but in previous election cycles, fill out all of your candidate reporting forms as required by the secretary and the board?
Yes, sir.
Now, directing your attention, ma'am, to the 24th of April, 2021, did that date have any significance to you?
April 24th, I believe that was the election day when the,
Now, there was two different elections, was it not? Well, not
Yes,
two
sir.
different elections, but was there a primary election, ma'am?
that's correct, and a runoff.
And after the primary election, you and former Mayor Clarence Hawkins were in the runoff?
Yes, sir.
And so there was a runoff date as well?
Yes, sir.
So would that date be commensurate with the runoff election between you and Clarence Hawkins for the office of mayor for the city of Bastrop?
Yes, sir. April the 24th, is that,
Fair enough.
okay.
Now, there have been some questions with respect to, do you know why, first of all, do you know why you're here today?
I received a subpoena in regards to, a subject area on the subpoena.
Fair enough. I'm gonna direct your attention, first I'm gonna mark this. Is this already in the record, the subpoenas?
What's that?
The subpoenas? They're
No,
not?
no.
I'm gonna mark this as D1. For identification purpose, let the record reflect that I'm showing D1 to my opposing counsel.
Are you gonna admit this in evidence?
Hmm?
Are you gonna admit this in evidence?
What's that?
That's,
She didn't admit this already?
no,
That's filed in the record, that's the motion filed.
it's filed on the record, yeah.
Yeah,
So this is filed on the record as well.
well, that's fine. I mean, I didn't know, I'm just gonna put a designation so that we know what's first record.
Okay, okay.
All right, record reflect that I showed D1, which is the subpoena to Mayor Betty Olive from the Bastrop Municipal Fire and Police Chief Civil Service Board. I'm going to show you this document, ma'am. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
And can you articulate in your own words what that particular document is?
It's a subpoena.
And who's that subpoena directed to, ma'am?
Mayor, City of Bastrop.
Does it bear your name on it? When it says to?
Oh, honorable, okay, yes, to Betty Olive.
Okay. And were you served that subpoena, ma'am?
It was left at my office.
But on the bottom part of that subpoena, there should be what is called a return section, and it may have maybe a representative from the marshal's office on it.
Okay. The one I received did not have any, this was not completed on the one I have.
Fair enough. But the person who filled out something on the bottom said he did something. Did you see a
Right.
representative of the marshal's office?
I do on this one.
And what representative was that?
Okay, on which line? The signature of serving officer,
Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Chafford.
Okay, she's the marshal for the city of Bastrop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you did in fact receive, that document. It doesn't look like yours, but it looks like yours with the exception of the markings on the bottom from
Right.
the serving officer?
That is correct.
All right. Now, ma'am, you were directed on that particular subpoena to come before this court and to testify, were you not?
Yes, sir.
You came before this court and you raised your right hand, you gave the oath, and you understand currently right now testifying, fair enough?
Fair enough.
Now, with respect to that, you were also instructed to bring certain documents, were you not?
Yes, sir.
If you so had those documents, right?
Correct.
Do you recall the particular documents that are indicated in that subpoena they requested that you bring? And if you don't know it specifically, I'm gonna ask you to read it into the record, okay?
Okay. Invoices, records, and bank statements for services rendered by him to Betty Olive's mayoral campaign.
Now, you were asked a question earlier, I'm not certain if you were asked that question by the chairman, Relaford, or whether or not you were asked that question by esteemed opposing counsel. With respect to that subpoena, you came here in compliance with that subpoena to testify, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any records with your campaign showing that you made any payments to Chief Gibbons?
No, sir.
And that's how you answered that question earlier, was it not?
Yes, sir.
All right. In conjunction with the witness's testimony, we would offer D1 into evidence. You give me this back and give that to me. I'm assuming without opposition, Mr. Chair.
No opposition, Mr. Chairman.
All right. D1. Now, Mayor Arledge, I want to direct your attention, ma'am. Do you recall being made aware of the document that created the reason why you've been subpoenaed? Perhaps that was a bad question. Sometimes I ask them back.
Okay.
If you try a little differently, based upon a look on your face, I'm not trying to confuse you.
Okay.
Were you aware that Captain Gerald Bowley filed a complaint letter with the Civil Service Board?
Yes, sir.
Have you had the occasion to see that letter, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That letter is already in evidence, but I want to address some things with you, okay? Are you aware there was in that particular complaint letter, Captain Bowley represented that he was a 25-year veteran. Did you have any reason to disbelieve that, ma'am?
No, sir.
And he reflects that he's a 25-year veteran with the Bastrop Police Department. To your knowledge, he's currently employed with the Bastrop Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Was he so employed, to your knowledge, when you first served as mayor in your previous administration?
Yes, sir.
So you have no reason to disbelieve that he is a 25-year veteran if he so represented that, fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Captain Bowley further goes on in his complaint to assert that it was brought to his attention that Provisional Chief Carl Givens have been involved with several unethical events. You recall seeing that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that in that same complaint, when you read it, it reflected that he was cooking and catering for the present Mayor Betty Olive's mayoral campaign celebration and swearing-in ceremony? You remember him saying that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, I'm reading it directly, so I don't want you to think I'm trying to confuse you, okay? All right, now, you were asked a question earlier with respect to whether or not Chief Givens have had the occasion to cater, be one of the caterers for your swearing-in ceremony. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified in the affirmative that he did, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've also testified that when I showed you board exhibit number 1A, which was the brochure for the swearing-in ceremony, that you noted that that swearing-in ceremony was on June the 17th of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
So the event in which he catered for you, you're not disputing that he did something for your not for your campaign, but he catered for your swearing-in ceremony on June the 17th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
You were also posed an additional question that he was not the only caterer who was scheduled to cater for your event on that day, was he not?
Yes, sir.
So for your event and the councilman's event, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you indicated when posed the question as to whether or not all of the caterers showed up, you said that they all did not show up.
That's correct.
Now, also there was a question that was posed to you that whether or not he did anything or when he had catered anything for your campaign, and your response was that he did not.
That's correct.
Now, there was a series of questions, and we're going to stick a pin in it right here on his complaint letter, and we're going to move forward to some previous lines of questions that I was dealing with you on with respect to you understanding and knowing your responsibility as a candidate for an elected office in the state of Louisiana. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've already testified that you ran for mayor, and obviously you were elected mayor for this fair city, fair enough?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your campaign as being mayor for the mayor city of Bastrop, is it fair to say that you filled out candidate report forms in conjunction with your responsibility and obligation?
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I don't see specifically where we're going with this line of questioning. I mean, on and on about something that we've already really discussed, and the mayor has already answered. The council, where we're going. I don't see an end in sight. Exactly what's your point? The bottom line, I mean, of this line of questioning.
Ms. Whaley, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I guess to your counsel, I don't think that the protocol is that you all get to ask me questions. while I'm examining my witness to determine, you know, what's my end result, or can I bottle ant, so to speak?
Well, you didn't have a qualm about interrupting.
Well,
So excuse me if I forgot, but I think that I probably had a problem with you doing so. So I can understand that you probably have one with me. But we were pretty courteous about it somewhat.
If it comes from the board, it's just a translation of objection. That's what she was saying.
Right, you know, it's just however that it comes across. So you had indicated that you had a couple of minutes, but you've gone on for like 5 or so minutes and doesn't seem like you're coming to a stop.
I would assume it's damage control what's going on. We will allow.
Okay. I'm gonna mark this as defense exhibit number 2 for identification, and let the record reflect that I'm showing defense exhibit number 2 to opposing counsel.
February 18th, isn't it? The date of primary, the date of primary is 20th. The day of her submitting this was the 18th. I have no objections. Well, you're not admitting in evidence yet. You just go ahead and.
Let the record reflect that I'm showing defense exhibit number 2 to opposing counsel. Mayor Olive, I'm going to give you what I've just marked as defense exhibit number 2 for identification purposes. And ladies and gentlemen of the esteemed board, that exhibit is illustrated on the screen up here, okay? Mayor Olive, do you know, if anything, what is defense exhibit number 2, ma'am?
This is the candidate's report.
Ma'am, if you take an opportunity to look at that, there's going to be a section on that candidate's report that says qualifying name and address of candidate. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Whose name is on that, ma'am?
Betty Alfred Olive.
Under the second section of that report, ma'am, there's going to be a section that says office sought. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And what is that office sought?
Mayor of the city of Bastrop, Morris Parish.
Now, before I go on with this report, ma'am, is it fair to say that as part of the discussion that you were having earlier with respect to understanding your duties and obligations as a candidate in the city, running for an elected office, rather, that you were required to file these reports illustrating what's going on with your candidacy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now we're going to keep this within the 4 walls of investigation. Only comment on items that would include Carl Givens as part of that.
That's quite the point.
But I think what we want, if you're gonna show us the screen that has a glare on it that I can't really see, that we wanna, let's move forward to the part where we're talking about the financial documents.
Mr. Chairman, are you saying you restricted my ability
No.
to put on this case?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
No, I'm not.
If I may, I'll stipulate to this.
I want your stipulation.
It's not what you want, it's what I'm gonna do.
Well, I'm
It's-
still
it's-
getting
I'm stipulating on February 18, 2021, when this purported document was signed by Betty Alfred Holly, Your Honor, Mayor. I'll stipulate that the information in here is nothing here about the catering business, nor anything here about the chief. Now I stipulate to that. All right? So is that what that's the point you want to make on this?
Thank you, sir. You don't get to
Filibuster.
conduct my case, sir.
But sir, I think,
Mayor,
Mr. Chairman, I stipulated to it. So why we need to go forward with this
Right.
document?
You cannot stop me from making a record, Counsel. You know better. How long you been doing this?
Well, you said
But
30, I'm going forward.
I failed to see what this is
What is it relevant to?
Right.
about.
So y'all objecting to it?
I'm objecting to irrelevancy.
All right, but I'm making a proffer. Mayor Olive, go through page 2 of the report, ma'am.
If you don't make a, just introduce the document as a proffer.
Right.
That's what you're doing, present the document as a proffer. You don't have to go through this plain. They ain't telling you enough to read and see what this is.
Page 2.
Mayor Olive, go to page 2 of the report, please.
Yes, sir.
Under that particular part of the report, it has a receipt section.
Objection, we just told you, we'll stipulate that you would go ahead and enter that. I mean,
Fine, you can
Go ahead.
stipulate, but I'm still gonna make the record.
If he says no, you're not. Go on, move on.
But we can't adequately see.
What you gonna do, overspeak the chairman?
I'm not
You can't do
overspeaking
that.
anybody.
Counselor, you know better than that.
You know better, too.
If a judge tell you no, no, period.
Are you done?
Mr. Chairman, I ask the
No,
board move
you
forward.
should be done because we have 1, 2, 3 people with master degrees. We can read. All you have to do is give us the paper.
Right, that's what I'm doing.
But you read it.
No, I've
We
been
don't-
upset that I can't see it because it has a glare on it for me. And furthermore, I like things in writing.
and if it doesn't have anything to do with, Carl Gibbons or second to none catering, what's the point?
Right, I mean, and furthermore, the court reporter should have something in her record to indicate it, and we have a secretary over here that supposedly is recording the proceedings to a certain extent as well. I just wish we would just get to the point where we're talking about, and furthermore, if you have this capability, then you should have a capability to print it, so that we all get a copy. And then we could just follow along, and you could just point out what you're talking about. We don't need to see it up here. And then furthermore, I don't have nothing that I can bundle. I like a piece of paper.
No, I agree. If you're gonna present evidence, you need to provide the board with your evidence.
Right.
Whatever you're not providing them with anything, you need to provide them with a hard copy. Where's the hard copies?
When it comes into evidence, they'll get it. Is
You
it
need to
in
provide
Well,
them with
then,
evidence. You're speaking
hand
about
it
something
over.
they have no knowledge of, nothing to see.
If I can recall, you came in here with about 7 or 8 or 10.
And I
photographs
gave all of you
Yeah.
a copy of that.
while they were, after they got you testifying.
No, I gave it to you before we testified. I
We're
marked
not,
them as,
we're not gonna allow you to continue to go through that PDF file on the projector unless you're gonna show us something that directly relates to Mr. Gibbons or second to none catering. Anything else, we're not gonna allow it.
Okay, all right, I'm doing a proffer if that's the case. Madam,
And anything else not allowed, what do you interpret with that?
are you saying that you're not gonna allow this testimony?
I'm not gonna allow you to elaborate on anything other than matters that deals with Carl Gibbons / second to none catering on her campaign.
That's what I'm trying to do, sir. I promise you.
you promising what? You gonna present something that deals with second to
I want you to
catering?
address the chair, I'm addressing the chair.
I'm addressing you.
But I've already said that I like things in writing, because I like
Give
to
it,
hold
it's not
them
my evidence.
and
Okay, be
It's
that
not
as-
my evidence.
All right, let me get a
Brother,
second, I'm gonna make
brother.
all y'all copy.
No, Mr. Chairman,
No,
I
we're
oppose any of those
gonna, we're gonna move on with this, without
You should have
that.
had all this ready today.
Either you want a copy or you
No,
don't.
you was summoned to bring a copy.
No, I was not.
Your client was.
No, she was not.
Yes,
But if
she
you're gonna
was.
present this, you should have a copy for everybody.
you just had it read in court, invoices and receipts and so forth.
And if she wasn't, and if she
Chairman, I
wasn't,
move
and if
to
she
move
wasn't
forward.
requested to provide a copy, why are we going over this then, if that's not what she requested to bring?
I get all, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 copies? Hang on, that's
Mr. Chairman, if he's introducing, or trying to produce information relevant to campaign reports, I have looked through these, there's nothing in these campaign reports relevant to Mr. Gibbons.
I concur.
And there's nothing in here relevant to the catering service
That's
by
what I'm
him.
saying.
So what relevancy does this
There's
have to these
there's none.
proceedings?
So here's, all right, what I'm gonna do is this, I mean, I'm gonna make it real easy for y'all. 'Cause I mean, it's
If you're gonna profit, number and profit and move on. You don't have to go through and explain what the details are.
I'm gonna try my case the way I want to, you know better than that.
No, you know better than that. I mean, board, y'all have a right to accept this as a
We're-
proffer and move forward without him going through an explanation.
And if it doesn't have any concern about what we're requesting, why are you even going on with it?
I'm gonna give y'all a copy, and I'm gonna.
I think the board asked the question, sir, of you.
They don't get to do that, you know.
No, man, come on. If you was in a courtroom, the judge asked you a question, what you gonna do? Walk out him and talk to them like you talking to them? You've been very disrespectful of this board.
Yes, he has.
Of you, I have no problem with that.
What's next, Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I ask you to move forward, please, sir.
He's gonna move on with something other than what he's doing right there.
You need to just stop for the day. That's what we need. It's 6 o'clock.
Right.
Would you say stop right there? Oh, Lord, I
While
have
he's
pulled
making
my
that, I'm
mask
gonna
off
move
and
to
put it
something
away.
else. I'll come back to it, okay?
He's gonna continue to talk.
Mayor Hall, we'll come back to your, disclosures in a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were aware that you were, I'm gonna show you what's been moved that, introducing evidence as board's exhibit number 2. Identification specifically is an envelope of exhibits A, B, and C. I'll first show you board exhibit number 2, alphabet A.
Talking about something.
Have you ever seen, that liking anywhere before? Is that an image of you, ma'am?
That's an image of me?
Okay. Do you know where that image came from?
Where did it come from?
I mean, I'm
I
not
mean, it's,
asking you.
I mean, it's a Facebook page, isn't it?
Okay, fair enough. And, in that image, there's a date of April the 25th, is it not?
That's correct.
All right, on the bottom right, which is highlighted in blue, there's a name, Carl Givens, and 29 others. You see that representation?
Where is that?
It's by you.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
You see that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Can you articulate to this board when that particular like was made on that image, ma'am?
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as, board's exhibit number 2, image 2. Image B, I'm sorry. Have you ever seen that particular image before?
Yes, sir.
And what is that image of, ma'am? Can you tell?
That's of a video.
Who's illustrated in the video?
Sir,
Mark Moore and
you
myself.
want us to recess, or you want
What else? Sir,
I gotta wait till the board is still listening.
okay.
Is there a date on there, ma'am?
No, sir.
Is there that date
I mean-
by your
oh.
image up in the front left corner?
Okay, early voting ends April 17th, election day, the 24th. Is that the date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, and there's a date that image, I don't know.
Oh,
there's
the
another date,
16th.
April 16th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you see Carl Givens' name listed on there again, do you not?
Yes, sir.
And is your answer any different with respect to this exhibit as opposed to the previous exhibit as to when any person would have liked, loved, or shared this particular post?
Absolutely not.
Okay, put it down. I'm gonna show you what's marked as board's exhibit, A, board's exhibit 2, illustration C. Do you see that? Have you ever seen that particular illustration before, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It's a picture.
Okay, and who's depicted in this picture?
Myself and I can't think of her name. She just wanted to take a picture with me.
Fair enough. Do you know where you were when you took that picture?
Cafe Roma.
Okay. Do you see Chief Givens' name's illustrated anywhere on that document?
No.
So you wouldn't know whether or not Chief Givens at any point in time liked, loved, or shared that particular image?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Counsel, let me see which one you're talking about.
This one?
Right, I guess, I don't know
I was calling about
what's
alphabet.
relevant about this. We all kind of have an idea how this Facebook business works.
It may be something going on with that one.
You have a different one?
Which one is it?
This is my copy.
That one like to been cut.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that one's been cut.
yeah.
But that's just my copy.
okay.
I'm sorry, let me, I have the
Let's enter this one.
I have the record.
Oh, you have the record? Okay, all right.
Let me just do it.
Well, go ahead and show that one to her then.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you, this is the same illustration.
Okay.
The one that was provided to us had a portion that was cut off.
Okay.
The last question I asked is whether or not you saw Carl Givens' names listed anywhere on that particular image. Is your testimony different now, looking at the actual document that's in the record?
No.
All right, do you not see Carl Givens' name listed on the bottom of it?
Yes.
All right, and likewise, is there any way for you to tell at what point in time Carl Givens may have liked, loved, or shared that particular image?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, specifically, with respect to this Facebook platform, ma'am. Hold on a second, hold on a second. I'm going to show you what's been marked as the board's exhibit D in that series of photos, which is, I think, board 2D. Ask you if you recognize that particular image.
Yes, sir.
And is that image from April the 2nd of 2020?
Yes.
And do you see that there's a collage of 4 photographs in that depiction, is it not, ma'am?
That's correct.
And looking at those collage of 4 photographs, do you see Carl Givens represented or depicted in any of those photographs depicted in that collage?
No, sir.
Okay. There's also some text, T-E-X-T, as in words, names, and things of that nature that's under that post, on top of that image, ma'am. Do you see that?
Yes,
There's a series of names on there as well, is it not?
that's correct.
All right, and I don't know if you know, do you see Carl Givens' name anywhere in any of that list or array of names illustrated on that exhibit, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay. There's a portion on the bottom, right beneath the photographs, with it represents the little blue thumbs up or the red heart, which represents like, love, and a number on the side of those items representing how many times it was either liked or loved. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And it shows likes, and it has a love, and it has the number 80, right?
Yes, sir.
It shows 15 comments and 14 shares, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Carl Givens' name represented at all on that particular image, ma'am?
No, sir.
So you would know whether, well, let me do this better. I'm gonna go to Exhibit E. And
Well, let me see that one, please.
Oh, I failed to see why we are going through each one of these pictures.
Right, now,
With a-
this one right here says that it has 80, and that next page would be an extension of that page.
Okay. Well, with respect to, that's another exhibit. That's board 5. You saying it's an extension of this?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay, fair enough. I'll deal with it in that fashion. I just showed you, Exhibit D, and I'm gonna go to Board 5, which represents to be an extension of Exhibit D. That's what you said, right?
That's correct.
All right, I'm gonna show you, Board Exhibit D and Board Exhibit 5. Now, this is 2D, and this is another number, Board Exhibit 5, which purports to be connected to D, okay? Now, there's a list of names that's represented on Board Exhibit 5, is it not?
That's correct.
You see Carl Givens' name listed on that list, do you not, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right, and can you, and it shows a heart on that exhibit, I guess over his image. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, can you articulate to this board when, at what point in time, that heart was placed on over the image of Mr. Carl Givens?
No, sir.
I'm gonna show you Board's Exhibit E for identification purposes, ma'am, and ask you if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna ask you to pay attention to the middle portion of the exhibit, and the name is Mark Moore Sr. was live. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And it represents a sit-down with Mrs. Betty Alford Olive, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's a date on that depiction of March the 30th, is it not?
Yes, sir.
There's also a representation that Carl Givens liked that image, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Can you articulate to this board at what point in time Mr. Givens liked that image?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you Board's Exhibit. Board's Exhibit F in that series under Board Exhibit 2F. Have you ever seen that particular depiction before?
Yes.
Okay, and can you advise what that particular illustration is?
I think that's for a video.
Okay, and it has a representation that Carl Givens liked that image as well, does it not?
Yes, sir.
But again, you can articulate at what point in time Mr. Givens liked that image.
No, sir.
Now, Mayor Allen,
Could you all tell me when it was?
I'm sorry,
Could you tell me when it was like?
can I tell you?
Yes, sir.
Only Facebook can tell you that.
Okay, so what would be the importance of that?
The importance of what, sir?
Whether or not she can determine when it was like?
Well, the whole point is that no one can.
And what's the,
Perhaps but Mr. Givens, he can tell you.
and what's the purpose of that?
Well, the purpose of it is this. I mean, I think we, in front of her,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
you want me to tell you in front of her? Because I don't want you to think I'm telegraphing any answers to you.
Well-
Want me to step out again?
We just want you to get to the bottom of it. I mean, going through each individual picture is not necessary.
Would you agree if an individual names pops up under a post and their names is followed by so many others, is it safe to suggest that that was the first friend or follower that liked it or loved it?
No, sir.
Okay, now tell me why would you say that?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna indulge you, even though I don't think that's the way the dialogue goes, that I get to be questioned. I'm not a witness in this case. But how Facebook, I mean, I think that the witness who testified, what's her name, Ms. Finister? I think she probably tried to give you the best explanation for that. But the way it works is this. If I post a status, if I put an image on my Facebook page, and, you know, I come back and look at it, whatever time, it's gonna show the date that I actually placed that image out there. And if you want me, you can have my page and look at it and I can illustrate it too. It'll show you something that's there. It's gonna show you the date it was posted. It's gonna show a series of likes, shares, or if the folks wanna like or share your image, like, love, or share your image. But this is the caveat of how Facebook works. Let's say that you see my image. Let's say we're friends or not friends. Or let's say you go searching on my page and it's public, and you see my image on there, and it could be 6 months later. Now let's make you my friend. I'm gonna give you two of the illustrations. Make you my friend, but here's the thing. I might have 5,000 friends. You don't, all of your friends don't get to see your post. Facebook is gonna choose a selection of people to see your post. They can go and see your post. They can like it, share it, whatever the scenario is. Let's say that somebody likes to share that post and somebody happens to go look at Givens' page. You know, he liked the post that was on my page. They go look at the chief's page. They look at his page and say, oh, I saw he liked Pierre's post. It showed up on his timeline, or he commented on whatever the situation was. They can look at the image that's on his page, like it's gonna show up on my page. It's not gonna, and it could be 3 or 4 months later, or maybe another year later. Sometimes Facebook will put things out there and say, hey, look, this is a reminder from a year ago, or a month ago. This is what you were doing 7 years ago. It just happens that way. Who creates those algorithms? I don't.
Mr. Chairman, if I may I direct the counsel to his witness, and these explanations can be brought out later. I don't think the witness has any clue about what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I was just answering the question.
Well, yeah, I was just trying to see how could he determine when a like was made. Can I like something on your behalf?
Can you like something on my behalf?
Yes, sir.
If you're an administrator on my page.
Okay.
If you're liking the show, like I liked it, that's what I think that's what you're asking.
Right.
Yeah, if you're an administrator on my page, then you can go and find something somewhere, search it, hit like, and it's gonna represent that I liked it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Ma'am, proceed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm ready to have a
Break?
A break.
Okay.
We have
Break?
been
What about a
glued in here for a very long time, and the attorney is long-winded, and apparently he's going to take all of that he can have. And I think that not only for my sake, but as well for the court reporter that's doing the work, recording everything that we say into that machine that she has over her mouth. That's not a ventilator. That's for her to do her job. So I think that we need to take more than a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman and board members, you all have the authority to put a limit on these
I'm ready to vote.
I mean, this board has that authority.
Well, and it's kind of unfair for him to continue, especially when he advised her not to answer our questions. Why should we listen to your questions?
Well, you can say that you don't want further testimony.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think it's
why?
long past then that you should conclude.
It's your call, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Just note that, well, go ahead.
There's no
Once you say
objection
what
for the
you're
record.
gonna say, then I'll say what I'll say.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know, why should we, you know?
Well, we're making a record here.
Well,
But for now, we're gonna go ahead and move for a 10-minute break.
And Mr. Chairman, you all could put a limit on how long you want this to go tonight.
Well,
mean,
I
if
think
it's
that
not
the
done by that-
council,
If it's not done by that time, that's it. Boom. And the courts does it all the
That's my
time.
whole complaint.
and I think the council should wrap it up.
Right,
Otherwise, we'd be here tomorrow morning.
right. And I don't have time for that. I don't need a break.
Mr. Chairman, it's 10 minutes, sir?
10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning.
I don't need a break. I don't need a break. I need to get this over with.
Carl Givens. I'm ready to go home. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Well, you said that you didn't, but I feel like I asked him. What I asked him, you was saying, ill. That's what I said, you said, ill.
I thought you were saying, so he was telling you like he was gonna beat you.
It's like I asked him, ill. I said, so you said, ill. You jail.
No, yeah.
Ill.
No, I thought, okay.
Yeah. Because that's how I am. If I'm gonna be principled, this is what I want you to do, if I get it.
Exactly.
That's when I came and asking that you say, well, he said if, he said yeah. But I'm sick of this. I'm sorry. I haven't time to talk to that man yet. The man I told you I was gonna get, put some free on in there. Where you at now? I don't know. I've been since 10 o'clock this morning. I don't know. I've been since 10 o'clock this morning. They just took a break. Well, you out and about? You in the den? You in the den? Huh? I thought, you said it was hot back then. Is that door closed? Right, it was last night. It was, maybe because it was been so hot today. The steel's probably been closed, because it's been cold with that door closed. I need to get some free on in there. I can talk to the man tomorrow. That's one time I had time to do it. I thought I was gonna do it today. Cause I've been out here at least about 12. But I've been here, I'm still here right now in this court, but they just took a break. The third break that I took. It's the third break we done took. Yes. Third break. This lawyer just getting on and on and on. It's third break. But the den's working good. We might just open up that door then. That'll help. Huh? It might help it. Sorry, you had to go through. Normally, it need free on in. That's what it needs. But like I said, I was gonna do it today. But I had nothing to eat, nothing. And I'm starved out. When I say nothing to eat, I have not ate nothing. I need you to get me something to help I get there. When I get there. What you gonna get? What's your cook? What's your cook? You fix me a plate. Fix me a plate when you go over there. I'll call her. He said, you gonna come get me a plate. If it's not enough, you have to order me a piece or something. 8-inch, sweet. I'm gonna call her right now. Did you cook enough food? Did you cook enough food? I didn't say y'all cook. What? Okay, I'm in this courtroom. I'm still here. I'm in this courtroom. I've been since 10 o'clock this morning. Yeah. Okay, all right. Trying to cook 4 pieces of meat. So it ain't gonna be enough. So I don't know what time I'll get out of here. If I get out of here, I can order a piece myself.
Get out of here.
I can order a veggie pizza with no.
You got me back in.
Tired of it.
I'll do something. No, but I'll do something.
Didn't ask them.
Oh.
How you read?
And seeing you from where?
When you said something, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So what,
This is my food for
what,
today.
what did Google say?
Okay.
I know,
Bring over. So you know, two people, Ringo, I know. Lord Thompson? The Lord, he's from Ringo.
Thank you, Miss White.
Younger than you are.
well, it felt so good to be outside in that heat.
What is the API? What is that? What is API?
You born 1950? Yeah. That's all right, born June 10th, 1950. The Lord a little younger than you, but not much younger. He's, I don't think somebody else.
I am beyond hungry.
Oh, is that right?
Me too, Miss White. I am hungry.
And crackers.
I'm so hungry I could eat a raccoon raw.
I know it.
Another guy.
And,
Yeah.
5 crackers and, with a little bit of peanut butter on them.
Another guy by the name
And a few sips of Coke. And I wouldn't have had that if I had had some tea. I was intending to replenish today.
Godfrey from Ringo. You know the Godfrey's up there?
Council, you don't need this, you have this already, this all for disclosure.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just giving.
Helen Godfrey, yeah. Yeah, they was,
That's all.
her husband was related to
That's
this
all,
guy.
they all submissions.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, what's it?
No, that ain't all, you know what, no, give it back, I think that's wrong, hang on a
But
second.
anyway, yeah. So what part of the street? Of what?
Let me have that back, I think I did it wrong. I got it wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see you over there, across the street, I had one. Yeah.
It's Red River.
Yeah, before Red River took over. Yeah.
I lived in the, well, I was living at that time on Blanchard Road,
Okay.
on Michelle Street, right? When I was up there, there were only like 6 houses across. You come down, it was Cooper Road then, I guess it's called something, and you get to the end, that's Blanchard Road.
Right.
Across the street, across the road.
Now you said the first 3 what?
Allen Street,
I stayed
where
on,
the water plant was where you were?
no.
The water plant wasn't
Okay, so the first
Yeah.
3. Okay.
So I have to go buy some
You guys high school,
from
remember?
somebody I can think of that I want to have.
Okay.
To eat, you know what I'm saying?
68, that's when I graduated.
Yeah, that's when I graduated, 68.
At that time, Tech had just let us start coming in, so that's where I went to school.
Yeah, Vietnam War was going on, and all that kind of.
You want a peppermint? Want some
I was
peppermints?
too. I was graduated, but I got it.
Peppermints.
I got my permit.
Where's your daughter at your mother?
When was your birthday?
14th of February, that was that.
Do you get a stipend for
I was
over?
born in the military, so I
Okay. Okay. Now I'll buy that.
Well,
math that year.
I've been out of the long days.
I would-
Well,
I will buy that.
then when my volunteer work, or, you know, errands or something
I
like
was
that,
told.
but since 2013, that's been over.
Like 9 hours, 7 hours.
And when I tell you I've worked some long days, yes ma'am, I have. I remember a time I worked almost 24 hours in a row. That was when I was in the military.
January, you're not full time.
Oh,
So I went in there and that's what they-
and you helped it.
18 hours.
You want to walk through here?
And I don't know why they're trying to waste.
Yeah,
I don't know why they're trying to waste so heavy on.
you know.
At what point
Yeah.
it was like
You
it
know.
doesn't matter.
I'm extremely hungry,
It doesn't matter.
You
hungry,
want to want to support that day.
and I don't have anything I
Not yet. He
have is
haven't
frozen.
testified yet.
No, the rooster done come out the house.
That's
Yep.
already me.
I don't think he's even allowed to. Does it have to be an ongoing campaign?
I put the rest in the freezer. But when I leave here, I ain't got time to be zapping and this and that, you know.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what,
he could
when I
pick that
leave
up
from
in
here,
the
where to
field.
go get something to eat from.
I'm so messed up.
Downtown.
Fucking they fine.
Telephone company, they'll sell.
So the truck running?
Right, right.
I went to West Electric. Told me I was.
So it's more likely it appears based on how much you interact with that individual.
Was that the one in Hollywood, Mayfield?
That's all that's in the order?
Comments are the only ones who have a timestamp on them.
Chairman, that's all in the order.
Okay, thank you, then. Okay, all right, I appreciate it. All right. Okay, we'll do, all right. Was anything submitted after June the 17th? And here's my question right here, June the 24th.
Can't. I'm in court. Since 10 this morning. I'm hard with myself. Yeah, but since 10. I moved out this chair, just to carry me out of
Oh, shit. Torn down. Torn down possession.
We don't need this now, he gonna make us go over all this.
Why you think
Yeah.
they not Friday?
You thought today was
I
Friday?
don't think they Friday. I've been here so long.
We should have been on the payroll, they ain't no, we don't
Right.
get paid.
Everybody get
No
paid for
free
those.
lunches, no nothing.
No water.
More. Everybody can pay except for us.
Yeah, no water,
No
nothing,
water,
but they
no-
didn't bring us nothing snack.
Yeah, if you stipulate that his name might control copy that, okay.
Proper.
Well, I'm submitting it.
Hey, proper, because it's not relevant if his name is not in there. But go ahead and proper. I agree with that, and stipulate to what you're saying.
Well, that, then I might put up an examination. I mean,
Not all proper.
well, here's the thing. Y'all gonna let me, you're not gonna let me. I don't even know if he's authorizing me to make a profit.
Yes, he
If he's
is.
authorizing me to make a profit, then, okay,
I'm advising him to do so.
okay.
If you're gonna make a proper, I stipulate to what you got.
Well,
I've gone through them.
well, I'm not gonna submit as a profit, but I want to make a
It still can be a part of the record. Yes, it is. It's part of the record. It just gives the discretion of the judge to look at it if he wants to, if he
I'm looking at the last
on appeal.
Uh-huh.
So go ahead and proper it.
See, right here, no more.
Chris, what is
No more catering, et cetera.
Well, now we just submit this without going through it.
One of them, I know I wrote the,
like an opened up copy? As long as you have that, I mean, you can look through here, this is all I have. As long as you take it.
I mean, they're repetitive. Here's 5. And,
Chairman, I think we're ready.
Maybe they ran them all wrong. Kept running. Didn't realize.
I'd like to call the investigation hearing back to order, where we left off with Councilman Pierre was examining the witness, cross-examining the witness.
Not technically across, but I accept
What would you call it there? What would you call it?
Just examination.
It was the witness that was put on by the board, and you want to examine her, that would be cross.
All right, I got right. And the board did right.
I got it. I mean, fine, so it means I can lead her, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, if she's on cross, I can lead her, you know.
Not necessarily. But in all, so you restricted to what I asked.
Well, let me get a point of clarification as housekeeping measure. Because I offered to your attorney an opportunity to short circuit this by, if the board, through your attorney, is willing to stipulate that Mr. Gibbons' name doesn't show up in any of these records, I'll submit these records. And
That's what we was trying to do.
And I stipulate.
Okay.
Mr. Gibbons' name does not show up in any of those records that you share with me.
Fair enough, but I just want the record to be clear. He's suggesting that I proffer them. I'm offering them as defense exhibit 2. Which is two different things.
And I have no objections. Go ahead and offer him exhibit 2. I don't see the relevancy of it, but if that's going to short circuit it, go ahead.
In conjunction with the witness's testimony, we offer an englobal exhibit, defense exhibit 2, which is going to be illustrated as exhibit 2A, which is going to be the report dated February 18, 2021. Defense exhibit B is going to be the report from March the 10th. We're going to see a separate report from March 10th, because that was an amended one. It's showing the date of reporting date of February 9th to February 28th. That's going to be defense exhibit B1. Moving on to the report dated March the 19th, that's going to be defense exhibit C. The report dated March 31st is going to be defense exhibit E. Oh my God. I got the marquees. I'm sorry. I'm one of these out here. I filled the whole bunch, that's all. Defense exhibit E is going to be the report dated March 31st of 2021. Defense exhibit F is going to be the report dated April 6th of 2021. G, report dated April 15th of 2021. L, H, report dated June 24th of 2021. I, April 21st, 2021. J, May 4th of 2021. K, June 3rd of 2021.
A through K?
Yes, sir. Defense exhibit 2 and global consistent of all of the reporting. And let me just say this. When I was giving all of you all a copy, one of you all's section has a missing report. So if y'all looking through with me, if y'all saw it, I will supplement your individual packet because I have a complete copy. So if one of you all have one of the forms reporting that I've admitted into evidence as a missing thing, a missing form, missing exhibit, let me know. I will switch you a complete packet for whatever you have. But it's all on the Secretary's website. And the stipulation in the record is that none of the candidates' reports as illustrated in Defense Exhibit 2 and the respective subsections has any reporting respecting a contribution in kind or financial contribution or an expense paid to Chief Gibbons or his catering company. That's the stipulation, right, Counsel?
That's correct.
All right. And with that, a few more questions and I'll wrap it up this way. Okay?
I have no redirect, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not done.
I thought you were done with this witness.
No, I said a few more questions.
said a
and
few
I'm
more
done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No problem. I mean,
Well, I like to point out that if those questions is a continuation of what the counselor, the line of questioning that he was using prior to the break, if that's a continuation along that same line, then I object myself. I don't want to hear no more of that.
Madam Board Member, there are not. the purpose of me submitting those exhibits and seeking and accepting the stipulation that no representation for contributions or expenses paid to the chief or his company was for the purposes of completing any testimony from the mayor with respect to financial transaction.
But I don't want to cut you off, but the mayor herself had already said that during the campaign, her campaign, beginning to end of the campaign, that Mr. Gibbons did not pay for anything during that time. She only said that he was paid $400, if I'm not mistaken, toward, his catering services for her inauguration celebration.
Yes, ma'am.
So, right, so we could just nip that in the bud and move on.
I wasn't planning on asking any more things about.
Oh, gumdrop. Okay, thank you so much.
Well, nothing about, yes. All right, Mayor Olive, are you aware, ma'am, are you aware of in any form of fashion, whether Chief Gibbons at any time made any political endorsement of your campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware at any time, first of all, did you make any promises, did Chief Gibbons make any promises directly or directly, to your knowledge, to influence anybody in an effort to give you an advantage in your campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Chief Gibbons, either directly or indirectly, made any promises to anyone for their support of your campaign?
No, sir.
Did you make any promises to Chief Gibbons for any efforts he may have done in conjunction with your campaign?
No, sir.
Is it your testimony today that he was not involved in your campaign?
That is correct.
All right. Are you aware of whether or not Chief Gibbons in any form of fashion was a member of any national, state, or local committee or political party that would have benefited your political party in general?
No, sir.
And with respect to that question, any political party that would have benefited your campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware in any form of fashion whether or not Chief Gibbons was ever an officer or a member of any committee or faction or political club or organization whatsoever?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Chief Gibbons at any point in time are you aware of whether or not Chief Gibbons at any point in time became a candidate for nomination to your knowledge?
No, sir.
For office?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Chief Gibbons ever was a member of a national, state, or local committee for any political party?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Chief Gibbons made any political speech or any political statement on your behalf?
No, sir.
As a candidate?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not, first of all, you've already testified and your financial records have been submitted with respect to your reporting to the Secretary of State on ethics. Whether or not Chief Gibbons made any financial contributions to your campaign?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Chief Gibbons ever made any in-kind contributions to your campaign?
No, sir.
Did Chief Gibbons at any point in time take part in any management or affairs of your political party?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did Chief Gibbons ever attend any fundraising functions that you may have put on while running for mayor of the city of Ashland?
No, sir.
Are you aware of Chief Gibbons soliciting any votes for you during your candidacy as mayor?
No, sir.
Are you aware of Chief Gibbons either discouraging anyone from voting from your opposition?
No, sir.
Well, are you aware of any public announcements made by Chief Gibbons on your behalf?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any in-writing communications made by Chief Gibbons on your behalf for your candidacy?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any public writings or announcements Chief Givens may have had the occasion to make against your opponent.
No, sir.
You testified earlier that after your campaign was over, and more specifically on June the 17th, 2021, Chief Givens' company was part of a catering group for the swearing-in ceremony for you and the councilperson, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Right, now, to your knowledge, did Chief Givens, in his official capacity or personal capacity, contribute or volunteer any time or effort or industry whatsoever that benefited your campaign?
Absolutely not.
If he would you have placed it on the in-kind contribution portion of your report?
Yes, sir.
You understand your obligation to report the same?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, has Chief Givens ever displayed a bumper sticker or any memorabilia or paraphernalia whatsoever representing his interests or contributions whatsoever to your mayoral campaign?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did you ever give Chief Givens or have someone directed at your request to provide him with a yard sign to put in his yard in support of your campaign?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did he have a yard sign in his yard?
No, sir.
On your disclosure documents, you list on there that there was a loan to your campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that loan in any way connected to Chief Givens?
No, sir.
Did Chief Givens contribute monies, loan or otherwise, to your campaign?
No, sir.
Now, there's a series of exhibits that were admitted by the board with respect to images that were on your Facebook page. You recall us going through those?
Yes, sir, I do.
And there are representations that Chief Givens liked an image. I don't know if it says like, it won't, if you can't tell, it's like a love, it's just gonna illustrate the person's name, perhaps. To your knowledge, do you know when those particular representations were made?
No, sir.
Are you here giving truthful testimony to this board?
Excuse me?
Are you here giving truthful testimony?
Yes,
to
sir.
this board? And in general, are you aware of any political abnormality or infractions or improprieties by Chief Givens with respect to your campaign?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have. Answer any questions?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, before you do that, I just need to introduce an exhibit, okay? In conjunction with the witness's testimony, we're gonna offer D3, which is, the Office of State Examiners do's and don'ts. We were on the creek, right? And D4 is the statute, Title 33, 2564, which defines political activity prohibited.
You have copies of it?
Let me give that to
I
you.
have one.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
I have
The
one,
DOT.
and actually, I
Hey.
think I can make it one. It's the statute.
I get it.
May I have my charter back? No, I don't have it. Mr. Bailey has it. And with that, you mean, I in opposition to this? I'm not.
Okay, you can have
All right, Mr. Chairman, there were no, thank you, ma'am. There were no oppositions to, I'm sorry, to, introduction of the 34.
Uh-huh.
And let me make
Man.
sure, I think that's all of the exhibits that I have,
Well, we shouldn't have to because, like I said, that's why we didn't have a meeting on the 11th and 12th.
All right, sir, we're gonna have to set a time for a minute, on this hearing. As I've stated before,
I have poor eyesight and I do not drive after night unless it's an emergency.
Oh, noted. Honorable Mayor, there's about 27 sponsors right here, and this was for that swearing-in ceremony. Where and to whom these contributions were made to?
Friends of Betty, Alfred Olive.
Friends of Betty?
That's sponsorship that has nothing to do with the campaign.
Okay.
so therefore, those people paid all of the bills? Is that what you're saying?
Friends of Betty, Alfred Olive.
So now, how did the city benefit from this?
What do you mean?
It's supposed to be for the city, right?
It was for the community, it was not to attend something free.
You ran for mayor what year prior to this?
2009.
2009. Can you give me an estimate on how many signs that you had then?
I'm gonna object for relevancy, but she can answer.
Please let her answer. But we let you have all day.
I'm just saying,
That's a very difficult question to answer because you may start out with 300 and then you may add 100 and then you may add 100. It just
I'll make it
depends.
easy for you. Did you use less signs this campaign than you did last campaign?
I've never thought about making a comparison, to be honest with you.
Well, this is a good time too.
Well, I would hate to speculate because that number may be so skewed that I would not want to be accused of not being honest.
Did you use Facebook more this time than you did last time?
We all had to because of the COVID
So you saying Facebook was an instrumental part of your campaign?
part of it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm through. If no further questions, I'm through with the Honorable Mayor Betty Ollie.
She released from the room, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman?
She's released?
I said she released from the room?
Yes, she is.
Okay. All right, when she gets in.
I can remain in here or go out.
You released from the room?
We have the last witness, Chief Carl Givens.
Swear or affirm that the testimony that's given is not will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Carl, if you will.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening. If you will, state your full name, rank, years of service with the department, as well as address for the record, please.
Carl Anthony Givens, Chief for Bastrop Police Department, 1310 Cullen Drive, Bastrop. I've been here 10 years, going on my 11th year.
Carl, the reason you're here today is because of a letter that was generated through to the board in reference to they request that an investigation be conducted for such things, and today what we're referring to is the political activities, and there's some other matters, but right now we're concerned about the political activities that was part of it, which means that we received it on the 6th, and it gave us 30 days to complete our investigation. And during our investigation, we had requested information from you as well as Miss Olive, because she was part of, had a political campaign going on. And our concern is that you being a civil service employee, we was mandated that we investigate your involvement in such. So the board met and we learned that we had no option, that we had to investigate, and that's why we're here. Now, I'll just say this, how many functions did you cater for Miss Betty Olive during her campaign?
None.
Did you cater for Miss Betty during the swearing-in ceremony?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you provide us an invoice of documentation of you receiving such funds for doing that job?
Did I do an invoice?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, I did not.
So you
Let her know.
You saying that would have been a cash?
No, she was presented to me by a cashier's check. I think it was a cashier's check.
And that would be the only record that you would have?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you, was that a deposit into your business account or a personal account, or how did it take
I
place?
just cash it at my personal account from my bank.
And like I expressed to my fellow board members, that if you have a legitimate business, you are allowed to exercise your business for a political party. However, there's things that you have to be aware of. You can't do it for anything outside of market value.
Yes, sir.
How many people did you provide for that night?
Am I allowed to kind of elaborate because?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I charge Mayor Olive exactly what I would charge anybody else. And I can explain how I do that if you want me to.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I usually do for all my clients, unlike other caterers that may charge by the plate or by the about the amount of people, whatever the case may be, my prices are usually lower because what I usually do is I get with the client, whatever their food cost is, I make 100% profit of food costs plus taxes that I have to pay the state and the parish, the city. So I was not supposed to be a main caterer. So I was supposed to just carve shoulder, brisket, and ham. The main caterer didn't show, which kind of gave it, and it kind of broke loose because it was a while before the bag-up caterer came, so it appeared that I was main caterer and had it all going on, when I really supposed to just been complimenting the main caterer. So that's how the price came up, because she didn't order much from me. I was just had a meat carving station, and all I was scheduled to do was to just carve meat, and that's where the price come from. I think the total of her meat came up to a couple hams, a couple shows. It ended up being like one something. My profit of 100%, which I do with every client, plus the 6% from the parish and the 4% from the state of Louisiana, how I come up with the price.
Okay, and that was the only event that you catered for Miss Betty?
That's the only event. I heard, yes, sir, that's the only event.
Well, through the investigation, there were also some Miss Betty Otter's campaign page and some other pages that had some political activities on it that where you had liked those posts.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering, could you elaborate on that?
About me liking them?
Yes.
You have to be, I don't know what you mean by explain by, what do you mean? Why did I like them?
That's a start.
If I agree, or I like, that's in agreement with it. That's the best way I can answer it, Chairman.
And as I kind of like took Miss Olive through her timeline and her political career, I could say without a doubt, and she could prove me wrong, that she spent twice as much money on signs the first time she ran than she did the last time. And reason being, Facebook has made it so much exposure. It's far better than radio, far better than television, far better than newspaper, that it has become a leading way of communication. And not to be left out of of the spectrum, the law has also. And the law has changed for civil service as far as activity. We, as civil service employees, are not allowed to like, follow any political party. And that's it in a nutshell. Is there anything that you'd like to say, Counselor?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may. The chairman referred to some exhibits that we have already introduced, and there's been testimony since you've been here throughout the whole testimony, basically, today, other than a couple times you kind of excused yourself.
Yes, sir.
You were here in testimony when the exhibits that I introduced to, presented to those witnesses was on the stand that mentioned your name in terms of life. And I'm sure you've probably seen those exhibits that I shared with your counsel. And let me ask you this. Those lacks on those exhibits that I showed, were they from you?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there were some that purported to have the current mayor, Olive, in those pictures. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as the chairman just stated, we are living in different times now. The yard signs and the radio ads and television commercials and all that is almost obsolete. You deal with Facebook and the other means of communication nowadays. And it's your testimony that you did express your opinion in those likes.
I didn't express opinion.
Well, you
I just
said
said like, yeah.
Is like an expression?
Well, you said express my opinion.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir, I did hit, it's my.
Is your opinion that
yes.
you like whatever that was
Yes,
in
sir.
the picture, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you didn't like it, you would put on there, what was your
You can't put nothing if you don't like it.
Okay, so you did admit that your name appeared throughout some of those exhibits.
The ones you that showed, yes, sir.
Showing that you like.
Yes, sir.
Well, are you familiar with the do's and don'ts of the civil service employee?
I'm not all familiar with all the do's and don'ts, but I was careful. I do know that, I know there are some do's and don'ts.
Okay. Okay. And if you direct your attention to, if I may, there was something that your counsel have already introduced into evidence, these comments from these dues you may or may not from the Civil Service Board.
Yes, sir.
You've seen those.
I've been paying attention as he went through them, yes, sir.
Right. And in there, I will direct your attention to, it's saying in here, you may.
Is that number 3, C?
Yes. I'm trying to find out where is that, Mr. Chairman. You see it?
You looking for number 3?
Yeah. Number 3. Oh, you're exhibit 3? Okay. Sure, okay.
Flip that one over.
No, he said he's familiar with it. I'm just gonna kind of.
The one that's in your right hand, flip it over, see if that's what you're talking about. No, the other one, the one you just set down.
Yeah, the May?
Yeah, flip it over.
Yeah, okay. May not. Okay, if you look at, I'm gonna just read Ian to you on here on the May not. Place a sign on your property supporting or opposing a candidate or a political party or faction, or allow anyone who is not your spouse to do so. Well, let me ask you this. by expressing your like on a Facebook, isn't that supporting a particular candidate? I'm asking a direct question, yes or no?
Not necessarily, but is this about cooking or liking?
Sir?
Is this about cooking or liking?
It's about liking based upon the pictures that was being
Because I thought the letter and the complaint that was presented didn't say nothing about me whether I liked her post or not.
Well, this is an investigation as to what we.
It's just gonna keep going, I understand. But to answer your question, I am not familiar with all the do's and don'ts. I admit to putting a like on some of the mayor's posts.
Okay.
I don't deny that.
Have you ever been, you said you've been, I mentioned something earlier, you said 11 years or 10 years. What's the 11 years or 10 years?
I've been here since January 16th of 12. So it's that going on my, 19th year, going to my, what is it, I ain't good, but
You know, whatever that number of years. 10
I didn't have Miss Whaley for math, so,
You've been in law enforcement in Bastrop as an employee of Bastrop Police Department since then?
since then, but I've been in law enforcement much longer.
Much longer than that? Okay. And in your career here at Bastrop Police Department, have you ever, since you was a civil servant, supported any candidate openly?
Never,
Never?
never.
Okay. Have you ever, your business, have you ever catered to any candidate?
My business is fairly new.
Yes, sir?
My business is fairly new,
Oh, okay.
so it's just not really getting started. I wasn't a business prior to this election.
You were not in business prior to this election? When did you start your business?
I'm not certain. I have to look at my license. I want to say sometime in February of this year. If I'm not sure
Of this year?
of this year.
So you can say you, relatively speaking, you started your business in 2021.
Yes, certainly.
Or
Yes.
about February.
Yes, sir.
And we don't have to hold you to that, but,
Yes, sir.
so your business is relatively new and had not been a year old
Correct.
as of today.
Correct.
And so, being involved or being associated, let me put it that way, with a candidate or with a politician who has gotten elected, is Mayor Oliver the first person that you have catered for?
She's the first.
First person that you ever catered for. I said as a politician. She has been elected according to the allegations been made, and there are some may say it was done before she was elected. But let's say since she has been in office or has been elected as an elected official, she is the first elected official you ever catered for.
She's the first that I catered the swearing in for, yes.
Other than aldermen as well. She mentioned there was aldermen.
And aldermen's, yes.
Four of them was who's
Correct.
elected recently with her as well. Okay.
Mhm.
So that was the first catering you ever done.
No, it's not the first catering.
Elected officials.
Yes. As far as best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. So you sound like you're not sure.
I'm just trying to think. I've done a lot of catering jobs, and I'm trying to think, has anybody else, I've done something, ran for office, and I can't think of anybody else, but I've done several jobs, and I was trying to recall if I've done any other ones for any other elected official, and I can't recall that I have.
Okay. Fair enough. Mr. Chairman, I present it back to the board. If any members of the board have any questions before tendering to.
Ms. Whaley?
Yes. Chief, what's the name of your business?
Second, 2 with the number, none.
And where is is this business located?
The way my license is set up, I prepare at the venues. It's licensed at my residence, but I prepare at the venue of choice. So instance, if your event is at the municipal center, I come in and I prepare and I serve at the municipal center.
Prepare and serve?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, outside of, I am allowed to cook outside as far as smoking or cooking.
And I think you took the thunder out of one of my questions, and that was, you submitted your application for a business through the city?
Yes, ma'am, I'm all the way legit.
Louisiana state?
Federal, state, Louisiana occupational license, fire, the whole nine.
How does that work then, that if you are allowed to prepare and serve at the various sites as far as the health department is concerned? Normally they give
because the places has already been inspected and approved.
So in other words, the venue has to be at a facility that already has certification from the state?
Correct.
Okay, and
Unless I'm smoking.
oh, now you stated that at this inauguration meeting that you had only prepared a ham, a ham,
A couple, I think,
and a shoulder. Or
3 hams and 2 shoulders, I think it was.
Basically, you served meat to the assembled guests that was there until the next main caterer showed up?
I was about out when they came.
Sir?
I was about out when they came, when the last caterer.
So basically, all I'm asking is the food that you served is all, I mean, all that you served was the meat that you had initially brought?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that the mayor stated, and then on the advisement from your attorney, that she refused to answer, but she had already stated that you probably had, maybe I'm adding something to that, that maybe that's where the attorney advised her not to answer, that you had provided refreshments or edibles during the during the campaign, and not just at the, did you do something?
No, ma'am. I heard through a few testimonies that April 24th it came up. Chairman asked Miss Star, I don't want to mispronounce her name, Miss
Minister?
Fisher.
Miss Darlena, about April 24th and whether I catered that. On April 24th, I was catering Brad Gale's and Pamela Gale's wedding council event at the Municipal Center. I did not cater Mayor Olive celebration after the election. I catered a whole nother gig. I had a big event at the Municipal Center that evening.
Are you related to the mayor?
No, ma'am, I am not.
Are you related to her daughter?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Because the reason I asked that, and I cannot lay hands on it, but I thought that I had a picture with you standing on it, but I have so many papers here saying my aunt.
Never. I've never said she's my
I
aunt.
very well could be mistaken.
No, you very well are, Ms. Wade. I've never called her my aunt.
All righty. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other follow-up. You mentioned earlier that you had been paid
With a cashier's
And
check.
for doing the swearing-in ceremony.
Correct.
And we have, an exhibit show that there was a $400 check, a $400 check stub, shows it was paid to second to none.
Yes,
Is that correct?
correct.
You mentioned earlier, it could have been a cashier's check, but according to the pay stub, it was a check.
Yes, it could, yeah.
No problem. And then you said that, and let me ask you this question. Do you have an account, a bank account in the name of second to none?
I do not.
You do not?
No, sir.
So you doing this doing business as second to none? Is that how you have your business?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's really an individual kind of situation. And the reason I'm asking the question, because you said you cashed the check. Or you
Yeah.
cashed whatever it was that she tendered to you.
Right.
Okay, so it never did go to any account.
No, it just went cash and money to me,
So when others pay you, that's how you just cash the checks?
unless they're paying for cash, unless they pay cash.
Right, I understand. So you stated earlier that you do have license, and you stated earlier on the record that you take out taxes and all of that when you charging for your services. Am I correct?
Correct. I was trying to explain how I get to the prices I charge.
Right, I understand that. But my question to you is that when you pay the taxes, how do you pay the taxes? Cash or you pay by check?
I pay,
Chair, let me object right now. If Mr. Givens and second to none business practice is now on trial today.
I don't know, can you tell me what the section C says about dues? And I want to know exactly what it says.
Am I allowed?
Well, you're saying it's not on trial, but I want to make sure that where he's at, he's in the right guideline.
Well, my objection was for relevance.
I think he's trying to establish whether or not he has a legitimate business for it to fall in the criteria.
Or rather, if apparently what he is saying, he figures out how much the food costs, how much the taxes is going to be for the state as well as the federal, and from then, how much his profit margin would be. Normally, people that have businesses have two accounts, one personal
And I plan
and
to.
one for business.
Yeah.
And I think that that's,
Right. Mr. Chair, may I respond to the objection of counsel?
because you have to pay taxes.
Mr. Chief Givens volunteered his own and stated that how he broke down getting
Right.
his payment. Now, he opened that door.
Yes.
And since he opened that door, I'm just going through the door, following up on it. He said he paid taxes. He says he charged based on taxes. I think he said city taxes and state taxes,
Federal,
if I'm not correct. And federal tax. Okay, he opened that door when he volunteered said that. So I'm coming back through the door saying that, okay, how are you paying these taxes?
Because normally taxes are paid either monthly or quarterly. And it's hard to keep up with it if it's not separate.
I keep very good records. Okay. Yeah,
When the objection is made, you gotta let.
okay, my bad, I'm sorry.
That's fine. The basis of my objection is relevant. We here today to determine whether or not there was illegal political activity on behalf of this accused. The window that we're talking about is during the campaign. Clearly, he's testified before this court as well as Mayor Olive has, and she's giving you full disclosure of all of her
I'm
documentation.
not questioning Mayor Oliver.
Hang on a second, Council. Let me just explain my objection. He's testified, that he did cater the event at the swearing-in ceremony for she and the other council persons that were present, and whatever the city of Bastrop and other guests that came through. He's articulated that. He hasn't even gotten to a tax and reporting period yet. We're in September 2021. He don't have to pay taxes until April.
Excuse me,
April 15th.
I am familiar with the way that these taxes are paid, and he is to pay Louisiana state tax. Either he can do it monthly, quarterly.
But there is no prohibition from him doing his taxes in April before April 15th.
Well,
There's
no.
hang on, there's no requirement.
Sales
that any
tax,
business
sir,
pays-
sales tax.
There's no requirement that a business does taxes on a quarterly basis. If he does it, what it says.
Yes, it is.
This is what the tax code says. You can pay me by the quarter. And at the end of the year, we'll determine if you need to pay me some more, if you overpay.
Right.
Or
Now,
you
that's
wait till
true.
the end of the year, and you say, this is what I made, I have a business, these are my legitimate expenses, this is my schedule, list of my expenses, this is what I owe, this is what's coming back to me. There's no prohibition of that.
No
That is
coming
not
back.
within the guidelines of a prohibited political act. And that's basically about that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I disagree with Councilor. I'm in private practice, I pay taxes on the 15th of every month. I pay a tax deposit, okay? So,
I need to
but
move
here,
on.
near there. My
On your-
question, he opened the door, Mr. Chief opened the door, and I'm just going through the door. That's all. And I'm letting you, I mean, you should have objected when he was answering the question. Why are you gonna object now?
I think him elaborating on what type of business he have is very important because that is a criteria whether or not he can do anything for a political person. We need to understand, is his business legit and has he been operating prior to this? That's very important. Yes, because his information is very important.
I just want to let me know my objection for the record.
And he also testified that he started his business on or about February of this year. It's been less than a year he's been in business. All right, now I'm asking him a question that, okay, you say you do other catering jobs as well, and you either get cash or you get checks or wherever you go, money orders, however you get paid. And you stated earlier that you cashed the check that the mayor had given you for the ceremonial type of event she had, okay? And my question to you now is that, okay, now how are you paying taxes since you mentioned you deducting taxes from these folks, or you charging them taxes?
What do you mean, how I pay them?
I'm asking a question, sir. How do you pay them? You pay them by cash? You send a check in? You send money orders in?
I go up to, I fill out my paperwork, I go to the Morehouse Parish, right across the street from the courthouse.
Okay.
I pay them on every 20th,
Okay.
and I send mine in monthly also on state.
Are you talking about the sales tax?
The sales
office?
tax,
You pay that cash?
I pay that cash. I do my,
You send something off. How do you?
what I'm talking about, you have to, the state is different from, I have to do state taxes as well as
How do you?
local
How
taxes.
do you remit the state tax?
You,
How do you remit the state tax?
I have someone that does it. I think I don't know if it goes through strictly, she has it to my route number banking account. She has to fill out a form, send it in the deductions, and we send what we owe to the state.
Since you mentioned bank account, you mentioned that.
I'm talking about my personal.
Okay, you mentioned a bank account. In the subpoena that you was requesting, your lawyer read it to you, you was asked to produce bank statements for services rendered. Do you have any bank statements?
No, sir.
Okay? So that $400 that you received never went to the bank. You testified you cashed the check.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Moore, you have a question?
No.
Mr. Scott?
No.
I have no further questions. Counsel, you may,
Yes, let's start with the last question that you had. I'm going to show you, what number are we on that? I'm going to mark this as D5 for identification purposes. Let the record reflect that I'm showing D5 to my opposing counsel.
And that is his subpoena?
That's his opinion.
Yes, sir.
Leave to approach, granted, I'm assuming, right? I'm going to show you what I've just marked as D5 for identification purposes and ask if you recognize D5. Since, I mean, he's on cross, right? That's what y'all told me earlier, since y'all called him. Right.
Right. We tend to
I'm
be-
just saying, I just want to lead
Yes.
him. I just want to lead him so we can get past, okay?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
showing you what has been marked as D5, which is Bastrop Municipal Fire and Police Civil Service Board subpoena appearance and subpoena ducis tecum. And I'll purport to you that you may know what it is, but subpoena ad testificandum is for you to come and testify. Ducis tecum is for you to produce documents. Fair
Okay.
assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right, there's a specific indication on there that you were directed to do something, fair enough?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to these documents and items are to be made available and delivered. You see that particular portion of the subpoena?
Yes.
Can you read it into the record, sir?
These documents and items are to be made available and delivered.
Okay, now it is highlighted under you are hereby commanded. Can you please advise, it's in bold print if you all are looking at it. It's on the first, second, third, fourth, fifth line, starting with Bastrop Police Department Chief. Can you read what this board asked you to provide?
Bastrop Police Department Chief position and invoices, records, and bank statements for services rendered to the Betty Olive mayoral campaign.
Did you have any invoices to the Betty Olive's mayoral campaign?
No, sir.
Were there any invoices?
No, sir.
Do you have any bank statements that reflect any transactions whatsoever conducted between you and Betty Olive with respect to her mayoral campaign?
No, sir.
The event that you've already testified that you catered was June the 17th, 2021, was it not?
Correct.
And I want to make sure I said that right. Correct. And the mayor's, and it's already been part of the record and stipulated that the mayor was elected in a runoff election with former Mayor Clarence Hawkins on the 24th day of April of 2021. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
So the event in which you catered was after the mayoral campaign.
Correct.
So did you not comply with the subpoena and say, look, let me create something, because even though you didn't do anything for her during her campaign?
I comply. Yes, sir.
So you performed those services for her during her campaign,
I did.
so there would be no need for an invoice.
Correct.
Your bank statements wouldn't reflect that,
Correct.
and that's your truthful testimony.
Correct.
Now, you were questioned about the do's and don'ts, and I'm not about to walk you back through Defense Exhibit 4. Again, you said you may not be familiar with all the do's and don'ts. You remember testifying to that?
Correct.
Now, Counsel, Defense Exhibit 4.
Yes, sir.
All right, leave the approach. Let me get this back from Mr. Chief. This is part of the, all right. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 4, which has already been admitted into evidence, sir. And I'm certain that everyone here can take judicial notice that this is the exact replica of the revised statute governing prohibited political activity. Is it not, sir?
Yes, sir.
Take your time, read it.
The whole thing?
And when you have to read the whole thing. But
Oh, no.
what I want you to do is this. When you get to the part in that prohibited political activity prohibition provision, I want you to tell me where it says anything about liking or disliking or sharing a Facebook post. When you get to it, take your time. I can wait.
Okay. Person shall seek attempt to use.
No, you want to stipulate that it's not in there? I can tell him.
Well, I'm not. I have a question after.
You want to stipulate that it's not in that statute?
It's in there.
It's in there.
It's in there.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about the do's and don'ts. Uh-huh. No, it's just kind of that mixed up. That's all.
This right here. One of them gave us.
I'm going to stop you before you get to paragraph B, because that's not prohibited. That's something with the appointing authority's responsibility, actions, or inaction.
Well, I don't.
Did you see anything in that statute that said anything about liking, disliking, or sharing a Facebook post?
Unless I overread, no, sir, I didn't see it.
Counselor, the don't starts, or the item that you're specifically talking about, it's item number F. Office of the State Examiner, do's and don'ts.
Right. You want me to expound on that, Ms. Webb?
I don't think I need for you to do that. I don't have an issue with understanding this.
I got you. Well, what you read, was that not the revised statute or the law governing what you should or should not do, sir?
According to that paper, yes, sir.
Right. And you indicated that you weren't familiar with the suggestions by the state state examiner, which she's suggesting things you may or may not do. Is that a fair assessment?
That's fair.
But notwithstanding whatever the state examiner may suggest that you may or may not do, does the law prohibit you, which you specifically looked at in Defense Exhibit number 4, from liking or disliking a post?
Not according to that revised statute, no, sir.
And it doesn't say that that's a prohibited activity, does it?
No, sir, it does not.
That's all the questions I have for Chief.
Mr. Chairman, may I redirect, please?
That's something he had, I don't know how dated it is. I guess.
You want to address the last,
Yes, sir.
you can go ahead and re-examine.
Okay.
This is the paperwork that Ms. Angela sent you with the do's and don'ts on it, isn't it?
I'll show you what your counsel has introduced in evidence as D3. And you may not, and that's according to the state examiner 332504.
See right here?
3325.
Where'd this come from?
You cannot voluntarily engage or be forced to engage in the following acts, either directly or indirectly. Sir, I direct your attention to under you may not. Would you go to R under you may not, please? In this document here, under you may not.
Like or follow a candidate, party, or a fashion on Facebook, Twitter, or other forms of social media.
That's one of the prohibited acts, according to the statute and according to the state examiner.
I'm going to object. That is a mischaracterization. The statute is absolutely clear. D4 is the statute. That is not the statute.
Mr. Chairman, for whatever purpose, the defense admitted this into evidence.
I agree. I did,
Okay?
Counsel.
And I'm just reading, having the witness to read what's in evidence already.
I'm not debating that, Mr. Chairman. I'm not debating that at all. I'm just debating the question into which he posed to this witness. He said, is this not a prohibited act? And he gave the statute number under the statute and under the state examiner's representations on their website. Those are two different things. The statute is absolutely clear. D4 makes no representation that it's a prohibited act, to which this governing body is responsible for following, which is the law. That is just a recommendation from the state examiner. That is not the statute. The statute is D4.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, well, we followed that,
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
the manual.
The 332504 and 332564 is in this information from the state examiner's office. They quote in the statute, and they refer you what you cannot do. I just had the witness to read according to what's on here. Now, we follow the state examiner on other items, and what we're going to pick and choose what we're going to follow the state examiner office. You all had the state examiner up here. I was standing on the 19th of August.
Right.
And in August, I even looked at the audio, not audio, yeah, it was audio. And I was listening to what she was saying and telling you all things of this nature, the question being asked. Okay?
And my objection is not that is not represented under letter R on the state examiner's website. I'm not debating that. I'm just debating the compound question to this witness saying, is it not true, and I'm paraphrasing, counsel, that this is represented in the statute and on the state examiner's website. I'm only saying that's not in the statute, which is the governing document. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't say it was, and didn't say it wasn't. I'm agreeing according to what the state examiner had.
What was your specific question? Well, if that's not your question, then
According
let
to
me sit
this,
down.
the state examiner is saying 3325 and 3325-64 cannot voluntarily engage or be forced
Counsel.
to engage in the following acts either directly or indirectly.
If you can pull up that statute and it says that, I'll sit down.
Sir, because here it is. It's in here.
Pull the statute,
You
sir.
found it, here it is.
That's not the statute, sir. You want me to pull it up on the website for you? On the Louisiana legislation?
I read the statute.
Does it say that, Councilman?
Yes, it does. Here it is. Here it is.
Are you, through with,
I'm objecting to the compound question.
well, but are you,
I think it was me. It wasn't him, sir. It was me. Am I through with him?
Right.
He's done.
okay, are you through with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we're through with the witness, we'll go ahead and release the witness. Thank you, Chief, for your testimony. I believe that was our last witness.
Y'all want me to start calling Brian, or y'all want to do it tomorrow?
Sir?
Y'all want me to start calling witnesses, or what we doing?
You've subpoenaed some witnesses?
Well, what I said earlier is that I don't have to subpoena witnesses to call them, but here's the thing, you know what, I'm not gonna call them.
I don't have a problem with you calling witnesses, but I don't want to hear them today.
That's okay, I mean, if that is the case, when?
Tomorrow morning, tomorrow's fine.
I mean, the statement was made.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
You
Chairman.
can't come tomorrow?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not.
Mr. Chairman, let's move forward. He's already said he wasn't going to call them, so why are we dwelling on this?
If we have all the witnesses have testified today, and we're down to the final part of this investigation, and where we're getting ready to make a decision on the information that we received through this investigation. Does anyone like to make a motion?
As far as,
Voting?
voting?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to make a motion? I make a motion that, since we're at the end of the witnesses' testimony and so forth, that we now move to the voting stage as to the innocence or guilty of the accused. Is that proper?
No,
No?
it's not a guilt. He's not on trial for any kind of criminal act. No. You raised the question when we first started, two things. One, you raised, was he involved in any political activities or anything of this nature
Oh,
that
okay.
may be prohibited? That's what we've been dwelling on all day today. There was a second issue that you all said you always table until the 30th, and that's dealing with
Some more stuff. Mhm.
other issues. Am I right, Counselor? Am I right so far? I mean, what's,
That may have been said, Council, when I was in a Zoom meeting.
okay.
when other-
But it's your understanding today, we're dealing with prohibited political
I
activities.
do understand that, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what we hear today.
I do understand that,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
And that's the only issue before the board today.
Are y'all about to consult in that room over there, or y'all about to just go?
It's gonna be open.
No, we're about
It's
to
gonna be
go right
open.
now.
I recommend no.
No, we're going right here.
Right, I don't think it's supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be public?
Y'all can discuss your motion once you make it, in terms of how you all want to do it. Openly.
I move that we make a decision, because all of the witnesses have been called and questioned, that we now move to discussion of regarding the political activity of Carly Gibbons.
You make a motion, then you go into the second, and then you go into questions and discussion at that point. You got to make a motion first, get a second. Then the chair can call for any comments or any discussion among the board members, not
Did I not
lawyers.
make a motion? Okay. I make a motion that we now move to the discussion phase of this hearing of Carl Gibbons, and that we should do so at this time.
Maybe I didn't clear myself.
Well, it's been a long day, sir. And,
Make the motion first. You have before you whether or not Chief Gibbons participated in any prohibited activities as to political. The motion should be made based upon that. Did he or did he not? Simple as that. Motion is made, second, and then you go into your discussion. And then you go into your deliberation in terms of what you're going to vote, how you're going to vote.
I make a motion that we now discuss the, whether Carl Gibbons participated in political activities.
Second.
Let's have a vote.
Proper move and seconded. Got to carry it. It has been properly moved and seconded.
Okay, has been properly moved second.
Any questions, discussions?
If I may, can I get what the exact motion was? I mean, I didn't have that. Madam Clerk, can you read the motion?
We're making a motion, I made a motion that we should bring this to a closure and move on as to where Mr. Gibbons, Chief Gibbons participated in political activity.
As I appreciate the motion, as I appreciate the motion, and I don't want to say, you have to say it in your own words. I can't say it for you. The issue is before you.
Well, I think you might want to just start, well, how am I supposed to approach
Run it
this?
down. The issue before you, the question before you is whether or not Mr. Gibbons, the chief, participated in any political activity that is in violation of the statute.
Yeah,
They
since
say-
you have it, I'm wore out from this. Go ahead.
Mr. Smith, can you, did you
I guess
understand
it's just
what I
the
was
way you
saying?
said it, don't say a
make the
motion, just
motion?
say,
Or whoever? Go ahead.
Question before the
Sir?
board. Are we supposed to say the question before the board?
Make a motion.
Motion that the question before the board is to decide where Chief Gibbons is
participated.
participated in any
Political.
political activity.
If I may have a little leeway, counsel and chairman, the motion, Mr. Gibbons did not participate in any illegal activities, or Mr. Gibbons, Mr. Chief did participate in illegal political activities. And you vote on it, up or down. He did or he did not. That's the motion. Let's make that.
Okay, the motion is that did Chief Gibbons participate in any political activities or did he not participate?
Second.
That's close you're gonna get, Chief. You know, the motion is, you know, did he run the red light? He didn't run the light. Mr. Gibbons ran the red light. Mr. Gibbons did not violate any political activities. That's one. Although you could say Mr. Gibbons did violate political activities, whatever it may be. Okay, so that's the motion. He did violate political activity. He did not violate political activity. You got one or the two to do. Not both, one.
Okay.
And if you voted up, that means he did. If you voted down, he did not. So you got to make just one motion, not combine the two together.
I thought you was telling us to make two.
No, sir, not one.
Whether he did or he did not.
The motion should be,
He wanted
Mr.
them.
Gibbons
Did,
violate political activities. That's one motion. The second motion would be, and it would resolve the second motion. Mr. Gibbons did violate
Oh, I get it
political
now.
activities.
All
Okay,
right.
and I want to be in a positive sense, say Mr. Gibbons did not violate any political activity. You voted up, you voted down.
I make the motion that Mr. Carl Gibbons did participate in political activities. Second.
Second.
Now you discuss, if you have any discussion. You're gonna carry it.
Yeah, we-
Properly moving seconded.
We're properly moving second that Carl Givens did participate in political activities. Now we're going to have discussion.
Or you call for the vote, however you wanna handle it.
Do we need some discussion?
We can discuss right here. Are you talking about discussion with us toward,
Among ourselves?
You know, you can discuss.
The
it over.
reason I feel that he did is because he admitted himself that he did like on Facebook, and it stated that that's something you cannot do as a civil service worker. I feel that when we are in these positions, we have to put ourselves above certain standards. There are things we can't do, whether we know of it or not, because I was told one time when I passed the rolling stop sign that ignorance of the law caused me to get that ticket. So I feel if you're a civil service worker, you should know your do's and don'ts.
As best you can,
As best you
especially
can,
coming up
because
to be chief.
There's three of us here are retired teachers. There were certain things we could not do and still, in a sense, cannot do because there's kids, there's people who look up to us and might want to do what we're doing. Not saying that Mr. Gibbons has done anything wrong. I mean, he's doing wrong. It's just that he did something out of his mouth that should not have been done, and you're going to be a police chief or a captain or even a sergeant or a mayor or a doctor or a lawyer. We have to hold ourselves up higher than most people do. That's all I'm saying. And I can say that because he has met my relatives from Wiley College. That name, George Scott, means something. And that's why I became a teacher. I had to become a teacher, whether I want to become a teacher or not. My great uncle started Morehouse Training School, Morehouse High School. So you have to do that, whether you want to or not. You have to do it. That's why. That's my vote.
I basically agree. Like, for example, I wanted applications, and I did not know, and I don't think anybody on the board knew that we were entitled to have these documents. But that's in the past. And here we are now, and I still don't have those particular documents because it's something that I should have asked for before. So the problem is that sometimes you just have to suck it up and move on. I too find that the chief did do this. I mean, after all, it came right out of his mouth, and we see the evidence on the printouts that's included with this package. So there it is. I agree that he's guilty. Well, did do what he is accused of doing. Anyone else?
I'm just going by what I see on the, is this number 332504, 332564. And under you may not, maybe, he did not know, or I wouldn't have known myself, but to like or follow a candidate, party or faction on Facebook, Twitter, or any other social media. Maybe we don't know about that social media, and you know, that something maybe he may need, anyone who comes into the realm of being a policeman may need all of the information before they are trying to become something else other than a patrolman, and dealing with political involvement, especially, you know, dealing with running for office. And I don't know about the catering part. I can't really say if that was a crime. I can't say that, but I'm just kind of going by what's on the state, from the state office examiner. I kind of agree with that was something he could not do.
Well, sometimes, you know, it's just not, nobody is asking everybody to know everything. But the chief has moved up the ladder of to higher positions, and with the higher position comes a higher responsibility. It's our job, and so basically, like the business about the application, it bugged me. I just couldn't figure out why in the world I'm supposed to be signing a document that's got 3 or 4 items on there. I should have something to back this up with. Now I know what the answer is. And therefore, from as long as I'm on this board, I want to see those that evidence. And anybody that's considering anybody for positions of firemen or police, so forth, sometimes you don't know, but it's not necessarily an item to defend yourself with. I mean, I can't say, oh, well, I should have known. Yeah, I should have known, and I did ask about it, but I was told, and that, no, we didn't have that. But they were going by what they had known from having been doing this before, long before I came on board. So, but basically, yeah, I mean, right is right and wrong is wrong, and we just have to be able to accept responsibility when we do something not intentional. Let's just put it that way. You have to take responsibility regardless. I refuse to take responsibility for something I did not do. But if I didn't know, but yet now I know, okay, I take responsibility for that.
5 years ago, I could say this time would have been a much sadder time than it was listening to my colleagues' decision, and I'm going to have to agree with them. The times are changing, and I see that the statute has changed also. 5 years ago, there wasn't room for error. You only had one shot at it, and you was dismissed. However, the law has changed to allow a maximum penalty for the first offense of 30 days. And then a second time where you be dismissed. As like the mayor explained to us that times have even changed as far as politicking and campaigning. You know, one time it was that signs was one of your best efforts of getting your word out along with the word of mouth. But since then, you know, social media is huge, and very huge. I think more people are probably run by a website page or a Facebook page than they will run by your house to see a sign. So it's on a bigger scale now to comment or follow a social media page, especially if it's a political page. It's more grievous than it was even when you just had a sign in your yard. So, I mean, I don't know what law, whether or not it has been updated yet, because we know it takes time for the statutes to get updated. But as far as our instructions from the Office of the State Examiner, we've been instructed that these are the guidelines that we're going to follow and we're going to fall up under. And through your own admission and the fact we have several documents that indicated that you were alike, and I somewhat got my answer to the question. The first three names on alike is actually the ones who does it first, but it also dictated by who you interact with the most as far as the hierarchy that it falls in line. So I had that. Now, the only thing that has a time stamped on it would be a comment, and those are time stamped. However, you can go into a certain section of a person's Facebook page and you can find out when even a like was made. But that's not important right now, because Chief Gibbons advised that in his own admission that he liked him, and we're going to accept his statement to it. And I would have to agree that he did violate the statute of participating in political activities.
Mr. Chairman, if that's all the comments from the board, then a vote need to be made, call for the question and vote on the motion that was before the board. Vote yes in favor of the motion, no in opposition. And I suggest there be a roll call vote.
Okay.
Ms. Whaley? Your vote?
Yes, he did.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
I'm not sure if Mr. Rutherford should have voted in this matter.
Yes, the chairman is allowed to vote as
Yes,
well.
he is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mr. Rutherford?
Yes, he did.
Okay, we have 4 in favor of political activity.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, would you read into the record what the, if the person is found to violate RS 333504, 3330, 332564, what is the penalty? And that's found, and if I may, is already in evidence under the may not, under the state examiners that you referred to, under R.
Okay, let me find it.
It's under what? R?
It's on here. 30 days.
I didn't misplace mine.
No, it needs to be noticeable.
D3 is evidence from the.
Okay.
Oh, I had the wrong paper.
If you go under R, it states in the first 2 lines beneath R.
Okay. All right, the first one, it says, if an employee is found to violate either RS 33:3504 or RS 332564, the penalty for the first offense is a 30 working day suspension will be for the first time. A second violation will result in dismissal. However, if an employee is found to be a candidate for a nomination or an election to a public office, shall be terminated on the first offense. So what we're looking at right here is the penalty phase, and we see that this is, we don't have any records of a prior violation. So that, therefore, we only have this to be the first violation. And the first violation would be 30 days working suspension.
Mr. Chairman, before you, are you pronouncing the sentence?
Sir?
Are you pronouncing the sentence?
Yes, sir.
Just reading the statute, reading to the record.
Well, when after I read the statute, then I was pronouncing the the Senate phase.
Okay, well, just at this point in time, let me object to the court's ruling. Notice, you all of the intent to appeal. As the written reasons be provided, how much time you gonna need for written reasons, Chair?
What does the law allow?
Probably gonna give you a very short window, you know, I'm asking for written reasons, and I'm asking that you lodge the record appropriately to the Fourth Judicial District Court.
No, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the law states that if anyone's going to appeal this, they request a copy of the transcript,
Yeah.
copy of the record. They file the appeal.
Right.
Once they file the appeal, you have 10 days to produce those documents in the record of the court. This board don't have to lodge any type of statement. You've already made your ruling. The record speaks for itself. The transcript will show what the board has done, okay? In the interim, he has so many days to file his appeal. And that appeal is to be served upon the secretary of the board. Once the appeal is served on the secretary of the board, his appeal to the district court is served on the secretary of the board. Then the board secretary is to request the transcript. She does not request the transcript and the exhibits prior to the appeal being served on her. Well, I just told you, the board doesn't have to lodge any type of reasoning. The transcript would speak for itself. The record would speak for itself.
In other words, if he wants to appeal, he has to go through the proper channels in order to do that, and that does not include us.
Right. Whatever the law requires.
The law requires that if he's going to do it, if he's going to take an appeal, he filed his appeal with the district court.
Right.
Once he filed his appeal with the district court, the secretary of the board will be served. Once she's served, then she is notified the court reporter to produce the transcript and the exhibits, and she has all the exhibits, okay? So once that is done, we file those into the record of the court, okay? And we go forward with that. Now, you also have another matter coming up now. He can wait. Well, he can't wait because time is running against him from the date.
Of 10 days to appeal, is that it?
I'm not saying that. I mean, that's for him to know,
Oh, I see.
and not for me to tell him.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
He has a time limit to file his appeal.
I'm gonna continue to let me make my,
Go right ahead, but the answer would be whatever the law requires.
say whatever the law requires.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm specifically requesting written reasons for judgment, and noticing you all, okay.
I mean, this is not a judgment. You're not issuing a judgment.
No, I remember what.
You render a decision.
What I'm requesting, okay?
It's up for the district court to render a judgment.
Right. 30 working days. Do we now adjourn?
No, we had other things that was still on the,
Written reasons for your ruling. That's all.
we still have other things that were on our agenda. You know, we replaced 6 with 7.
Right.
Okay.
Just did 7.
Yeah. Well, we already said, okay, first, what?
I thought we did that.
No, sir,
No,
we replaced 6 with 7.
Okay.
So therefore, we are here at the initial 6, which is now 7.
well, I suggest that he resubmit within 30, after 30 working days.
Resubmit.
Right.
This is a separate matter.
Oh.
We doing this.
What is it?
I can't, let me put my glass.
It's what they call a
Which one?
PAF. It's a PAF.
For who?
Uh,
Action form, that's what you.
yes, sir.
Okay.
For who?
I don't know, we got a.
6 and 7, right. Well, I am saying that I do not see why, approve.
Well, I
don't
mean,
think
no
so.
one says that you have to approve it, Ms. Whaley. It's on the agenda. We have to approve it, not approve it.
Oh, okay, well, let's have
Mr.
it.
Chairman, before you get there, you move,
6 and 7, reverse.
you made 6, 7.
Yes, sir.
So we just did part of 6. You still on 6. Here regarding allegations made by Police Captain Gerald Bowley against Police Chief Carl Givens. You dealt with the political activity.
Right.
Was there another part of that?
No, on their numbers, which was number 6 originally, what did number 6 originally says?
I just read it. Number 6 originally said approve personnel action form.
That's been moved to 7, so we
Following.
have to do that now.
What you're talking about is the other part of the allegation. Today was the deadline to do the
Political activity.
political activity.
Right.
Then we're going to use the remainder of the 60 days on the other aspects of the
Right, which
complaint.
is on the 30th. You
But-
still within your 30 days. I
No.
understand you saying the approve the personnel action form of the following.
Right.
I mean, very welcome, vote on it now if you want to, but you still not through with,
Oh, that's right, the
Not two or six.
allegations.
So we just wait on that?
that's your call.
Yeah, I can't see approving it.
I mean, you can approve it today or disapprove it today, or you could just table it until you get through with the
Investigation.
investigation.
We move to table that until the conclusion of this investigation.
Second?
I can't make the
Oh,
motion.
that's right.
I motion to table until our next,
Second.
And you tabling the personnel action form, you tabling that, is that what you're
Yes.
doing?
Yes.
Okay. So you got a second by Ms. Whaley, am I right?
yes.
Right, Mr. Moore, second.
Second, okay, been properly moving second, Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to take your job, but
So the motion carries that we will,
you haven't had a vote yet.
oh,
I'm sorry, taking you fast.
okay. Let's get a vote for the motion to
We
table.
just tired, we tired.
Yeah, we all.
Let's get a vote to table this until the next hearing, which will be September the 30th. For the,
And that will
Aye.
be back here at 10 o'clock, is that right?
that's correct.
10 o'clock when?
September the 30th.
Oh, on September the 30th.
Sir? Yes, he got a subpoena and he got his NOPI saying when those 2 days were. This, the 2nd of September and the 30th of September.
September 30th, okay, so, in a wonderful caution, I know you said it, I don't know, but I'll take your word for
What?
it, and also the court that she didn't know this. She already had a surety.
Who are you talking about?
She was attorney.
Oh, yeah. Well, he got notice, as, you know, that's sufficient for him. He got notice. She's aware of it because even in her motion to dismiss the investigation, she mentioned, those statements.
Right.
She was subpoenaed, and she shared the subpoena with him.
Thank you, fellow councilman, for hanging in there.
And be safe on the way.
Thank you.
Duffy this?
Boy, y'all,
You gonna give
y'all
this
hard,
back to?
I'm not gonna say you were.
y'all hard work goes unnoticed sometimes.
I had moved up this.
Hey,
Y'all didn't buy us lunch?
Mr. Chair, so we can be clear, my client wants to hear a question. You pronounced the sentence of 30 days?
Yes, sir, that's,
Defer the personnel action form until the conclusion of the entire investigation?
Right.
Or you pronounce your ruling for 30 days and there's an effective date when that 30 days starts?
the,
Effective the date of the decision,
right, today.
and then it's up to the board to reverse it or
So, 30 days starts.
Yes, sir.
or to amend it.
That's Duffy.
And that is,
That was
that
over
is
here.
reference to the mayor.
Spend the 30 working days.
We're done, we're off record.
yes, ma'am, I know you're exhausted.
Hello.
Mr. Chairman, you need to dismiss your meeting.
Okay. With no further items on our agenda, dismiss.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Motion carried.
Aye. I know. I was just down there. Thank you so much. God bless. I remember doing that.
Be back on the 30th, right?
We'll have to get with our
I know you're gonna lobby for it not to be you. Oh, boy.
Unless there's anything else you need with me, man.
Thank you.
You hit this road.
Thank
Second,
you.
before daylight.
Appreciate it.
Okay, appreciate you.
Yeah, they're splendid.
And we'll get together on this other,
Okay.
proceedings as well.
Okay.
Okay? And go from there and see what the penalty would be if he's found. If he's not, then
All we can do is investigate.
that's all you can, that's all you do.
Nice, pleasure meeting you.
Well, it's the same here too. Y'all take care. Have a good evening.
Yes, sir, you too, travel safe.
Thank you.
Ms. Holmes, is there anything I need to know?
I don't know.
Did you hear back from Duffy?
No, he said he had a lot going on.
Oh,
He
that's
said-
a lot.
He said if he made it at all, he would be late. So I guess it was yesterday, he kind of mentioned that he had a lot of, his dad was having a lot of health stuff, dealing with his brothers, and so he kind of felt like he might not make it, and then he called back this morning, he said, I'll try, he said, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get there. And he said, if I do, I'll be late.
Okey dokey.
All right. Thank you. We'll be in touch, I'm sure, because we got a lot of follow-up to do.
All right.